स्टार्ट होल मिले ओए कोई जाना देखिबनी আজি মটৰ দাইল আনিব
राय बेटा जाता मत सभी नहीं पगला दरवाजा भाग गया आई डंडा ले लो ये डंडा मारा सारे की करना मूल्यांकन जा रहे हैं तो उसको देना आपका शुभ नाम मेरा नाम है केदूरा में आता हमें देखिए हम नाम तो नहीं लेकिन मैं देखिए तुरंत में आ रहा हूँ ये अपना हो ये अपना नो पीछे निकल जाओ अरे तो गरिया अपन कौन चलावा हाँ बात करके हाँ
Hiện đại quá. Wali udah bayar tahun itu.
Stop this on Koilon. Very good morning, honorable resource person. Very good morning, our colleagues. Very good morning to all the participants. Very heartily welcome to our next day session, technical session. In our today's technical session, there are 3 technical sessions. Very welcome again to you. I think all of you, the participant, paper presenter will present your papers in today's session. And I like to request Mr. Amal Jyoti Singh and Mr. Devajit Dwara, the organizing secretaries of our seminar, to play the role of moderator. So please, Amal Jyoti Singh and Devajit Dwara, please proceed.
Thank you, Rana. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Amal Jyoti Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Sinamara College, Golaghat. Today is the second day of our webinar, Environmental Degradation and Disasters in India. Today is in this technical session 3, our resource person is Dr. Y.V. Krishnaya, who is the Associate Professor of the Department of Geography and Disaster Management of Tripura Central University. Sir has number of research publications, both national and international. Till now, he has published more than 26 research publications, and he had attended 25 invited lectures, talks, and research paper presentations, and seminars and workshops in different parts of the country. Moreover, 4 research scholars doing their PhD under his guidance. Sir has also published many books, and now I welcome Sir in this technical session as our resource persons. In this technical sessions, the sub-theme is Major Disaster of India and Recent Disasters and Management. In this technical session, all total 9 papers are going to be presented, and so I request presenters ready for the presentation. Now I requested our resource person, Sir Dr. Y.K.V. Krishnan, to proceed our seminar. Thank you. Sir Y.V. Krishnan, sir, please come online. Sir, please.
Yeah. Are you audible, my voice?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Please carry on.
Yes, voice is audible, sir.
Okay. That's why I'm asking.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
thank you giving opportunity. And first of all, I'm appreciating to this Borola College can come forward and arrange this national level webinar seminar that is a very important topics on environmental degradation and disaster in India. And also I'm congratulating to this organizing committee of this Borola College, and also this is collaboration with director of CDC Dibrugarh University. Okay, and thank you to give me opportunity to sharing my PowerPoint presentation. This is on the topic. Are you seeing my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, this is actually this is a sub team, technical session 3 sub team, major disaster of India and recent disasters and management. Actually, this is a major disaster of India and recent disaster and management. When we saw this topic, this is consists of 3 topics. Of course, this time is very less to discuss all these parts. So, but I'm just briefly explain this one as a sub theme. That is a that way I divided. That way, just I just divided this one like a 3 topics, for discussing to easy to us. That is a major disasters of India, recent disasters in India, and disaster management. That way, we will discuss about like this: major disaster of India, recent disaster in India, and disaster management. Of course, before going to these major disasters, actually here you want to know hazard. Hazard means this small. Suppose whenever it is happening in any place, that is the giving to small scale, that is a micro level, that is a hazard. Suppose according to this definitions, you may see this one. A potentially damaging physical event, phenomenon, or human activity that may cause the loss of life or injury, property damage, social and economic disruption, or environmental degradation. This is whenever it is happening in the micro level, this is a hazard. Suppose it is affecting to more, it is a occurrence with a degree of predictability, that is in case of excessive damage. In case of excessive damage and destruction may turn to the disaster. That is the difference between hazard and disaster. Because at micro level it is a hazard, but whenever it is the massive level, that is the disaster. Then as per United Nations defines this definition of disaster, that occurrence of a sudden or major misfortune which disrupt the basic fabric and normal functioning of a society. So it is a, suppose we thinking that is the very less scale, but whenever it is happening, it is the major scale, then it is become a disaster. So that may disasters or hazards, that is a, maybe natural or man-made also, that thing. So according to Disaster Management Act 2005, Government of India is given another definition, that is also the result substantial loss of life and human suffering or destruction of property and degradation of environment, and is of such nature and magnitude as to be beyond the coping capacity of the community of the affected area. So that way more impact on community or physical infrastructure and loss of life, or and this environment also degradation of it will impact on that one. So that way disaster is all is culmination of a hazard. So when hazard it is come to the disaster, this is also disaster and the hazards also, that is natural and man-made. Suppose when we talk about the natural disaster, that way they are just dividing or categorized into 6 groups. That is a geophysical disaster, that is earthquake, volcano, landslide. Landslide also come under man-made also. Hydrological disaster, floods also come under man-made. Whenever the dams, breaching the dams, for engineering the failures also, floods will come. So that is also man-made. And meteorological disaster, that is a tropical cyclones, drought, wildfire. This is also wildfire, it is maybe natural, maybe man-made also. And another human induced disaster or caused the human action, which result in adverse consequences like a large structures, dams and reservoirs, bridges, road and railway construction along the slopes, or industries may release toxic pollutants to the environment, air, water, and soil. You may know we are in Northeast. Northeast is very much vulnerable to the earthquakes and landslides. Usually we are seeing this all the things. So, but whenever this due to reservoirs and bridges and roads and railway construction, that time we are doing some small things. This way, that is also man-induced disaster. So now we will go for main topic, that is the major disaster of India. So here I just this categorized before 2000. That is the I just identify major disaster of India, and after 2000 to 2019, I just give an example for the recent disasters. So that way, this is the undercome major disaster. You know, it is Assam Tibet earthquake, which occurred in 15th August 1950. Due to this one, it is a magnitude 8.6 Richter scale. So that way, it almost 1,500 people died in Assam and almost 3,300 died in Tibet. The main cause of earthquake was collision of two continental. Here, this collision of the two continental plates. So this another one, Darjeeling landslides. It's happened in the 1968. So when you talk about, when we see this graph, that is the another landslides always with the rainfall. You know, because of in Northeast, we are all living on peak of the hills. So whenever rainfall is more, then usually it is a landslides occurring. So that way, some according to the sources, Sumanta, Sarathi, Biswas, and Raghunath Paul 2006, they published the paper. They just given to the 1899 to 2015. Whenever to the 1968, that is the more than 1000 mm. It is the so when you saw this one 400, 200 mm also, it is the landslide will be occur. So another, you know, this is the human induced. This is a failure of the Bhopal gas industry for human induced this one. So that is also, it is the negligence of the that management. So this Bhopal gas tragedy in 1984 by release of methyl isocyanate gas to the atmosphere. That way, that many are direct deaths of about 15,000 persons and injuries and disabilities to nearly 5 lakh people. This toxic gas was absorbed into bloodstream of the people, causing long-lasting damaging effect of lungs, brain, kidney, reproductive as well as immune system. So it is long lost. It is still continuing to the this generation also, because of this is methyl isocyanate gas releasing from factory. That is everybody knows that is in the midnight. So everybody sleeping on the cots, but they don't know how to die also because of they all are sleeping. Another incident, that is a Latur earthquake. This is also Richter scale 6.4. So here also, because of whenever it is the minimum level scale, that way it is a hazard. Whenever it is the scale is more, so nearly about 8,000 people lost their lives, 16,000 were injured. So many houses also collapsed. That is the 1,70,000 houses damaged in 52 villages of the district of Latur and Usmanabad, and also raised the ground. And it is the infrastructure damage was estimated the tune of 22 crores approximately. This another pneumonic plague in the Surat, because of this is the it is the main cause of rats, hygienic conditions of remains of dead animals open after flooding of the city. So 52% lost their lives, and also people are feared to vacate that place and went to other places. This is another Malpur landslide, Uttarakhand. Because of this is also with due to this rain only. This is one of the worst landslide in India. That is 380 people died because of this debris. When landslide flowing along with debris, the rocks and major tectonic plates, major rainfall into porous rocks, and stress on the rock formation all contributed to the landslides. So this is because of their urban people living unplanned constructions and also exploration of the urbanization. So that way they're also affected. So another one, Cyclone Fani, Odisha, that is in 1999. Because of this is also severe, extremely severe cyclonic storm Fani was strongest tropical cyclone to strike the Indian state of Odisha. That is the highest wind speed 250 km per hour. Total fatalities is 89. This is also again damaged nearly 8.1 US dollars. So that is the major disasters of India. Then I will go for recent disaster. It means after 2001. That is the Bhuj earthquake in Gujarat. This is the magnitude reach 7.7 Mercalli intensity scale. 20,000 people died. 4 lakh houses are destroyed. This is mainly in the Choboria of Bachu Taluk and Kutch district of Gujarat. So it is a main cause of the Indian plate pushing to north into the Eurasian plate. So due to this one, this is also natural disaster. So another one, Indian Ocean tsunami. This is 2004. It is actually it's happening near the Sumatra, Indonesia, Sumatra Islands of Indonesia. Near main cause earthquake was subduction of Burma plate. That is a Myanmar present, which is triggered a series of devastating tsunamis. Almost 230,000 people died from 14 countries. Who around this, you may see this picture, around this Indian Ocean, these all countries are affected. So next one is the Bihar. That is 18th August 2008. This is also this heavy monsoon rains and poor maintenance caused to breach in the Kosi embankment. When saw these pictures, you may understand this one. How is this? Because of poor maintenance. This is also man-made. Another one, Gujarat hepatitis B outbreak in 2009. Actually, this is the main for reason, this contamination of drinking water supplied by the Public Health Engineering Department. Due to this one, 49 people died. So you may be known this one, everybody, Kedarnath in Uttarakhand, that is happening in 2013. That is the flash floods and torrential rains, and also including the landslides. That way 5,007 people died, more than 1,000 livestock, more than these houses also collapsed, 90 members of Dharmasala, 90 members of bridges destroyed and damages, and some more villages are swept. Cold burst and rainfall occurred 330 mm per day. So that way it is continuously showering in 60 days. So financial estimation that loss of properties, all the physical listing, 3,000 crores. This is a very huge devastated this one. Next one, Darbhang earthquake. This is happened 25th April 2015. This is near this Nepal, southeast of Lamjung, Nepal, lasting approximately, that is 20 seconds. So according to US Geological Survey, it is upgraded, actually this 7.8 megawatts, this one reported. So it is also spared that state Bihar in terms of loss of life, properties and infrastructure. According to the Department of Disaster Management, Government of Bihar, as many as 61 people died, 163 people were injured. This is the main reason this year, the epicenter. So recently, Cyclone Hudud 2014, it will affected Vizag city, and recently, Amphan also it is affected to this Vizag, Visakhapatnam, and also It is mainly for specifically West Bengal and also Bangladesh in May 2020. So now we know everybody we are under the COVID-19, this one. So it is actually everybody knows it is where it is started because of your better than me, because of now we are all are under this COVID-19. So that way we are all are going for according to this WHO instructions, and also we are following first lockdown, second lockdown, and social distancing, like this all the things. And again now we are in the first unlock. This situation also we are facing. So this is a continuously what we done. This is here. I don't want to go details because of, well, you may know all these things. So finally, disaster management. So you know that disaster management, coping and adaptation, mitigation of disasters, public mitigation measures, community mitigation strategies, search and rescue, physical rehabilitation during the post-disaster period, economic rehabilitation, social and psychological rehabilitation, planning and management. So when we talk about coping and adaptation, because of when it is deal in the uh, habits, relocation of habits, so adaptation, coping, because of the flood, the coping of deal with human loss of near and dear ones, when it is the we have the psychological stress, so on the survivors. So that way adaptation, coping and adaptation means when hazards that recurrent, be they floods and cyclone or earthquake, involve the long-term strategy of settlement location. So when we will go to from leave this place and go to other place, it will take the time for adaptation of that environment, that particular situations. So that is the adaptation. Now mitigation. Mitigation means this is just preparedness of the people before coming this hazard or disaster. So that way we will prepare this public, and also public mitigation measurements. There are also many these legal measures, administrative measures, like regulatory measures, engineering measures. So these all are involving economics measure, public information measure. These all are important to public mitigation measure. Next one, community mitigation strategies. Then it is involvement of community people and volunteers, mainly volunteers and leadership and relief activities, especially in the areas that are prone to known hazard like floods and landslides. So for better result, great deal money expenditures also. Next, search and rescue. We know, everybody knows NDRF, the National Disaster Relief Force. These people, whenever it is happening disaster, they will come and they will rescue the people and search the people for this, finding them. And it is mainly organization, NGOs also and volunteers also. Then next one is the physical rehabilitation, because of that is the during and post disaster period. So whenever it is they lost their lives, their nearer one. So first of all, we will give to the infrastructure and housing and economic rehabilitation and social and psychological rehabilitation. So that way they will be stabilized. So that way uh, the infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and also whenever in the landslides and earthquake, roads, it is very much damaged, the roads, bridges, public infrastructures, railway lines, electric. So that is renovated again immediately for connectivity to other peoples. That is infrastructure, physical and economical. That is also measure sufficient information, hiring of specialist staff, implementation measure, ensuring that they are sincerely carried out. This, and next one is the rehabilitation, economic rehabilitation, infrastructure, yeah, social and psychological rehabilitation, Yeah, economic rehabilitation, that is mainly employment and livelihood. Then social and psychological rehabilitation, that is the rebuilding of social networks, counseling and psychological rehabilitation of the traumatized community is essential part of the rehabilitation process. So then finally, planning and management. We require long-term planning for this avoiding these disasters. So that way NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, is divided like a state disaster management authority and district disaster management authority, black disaster management authority. So that way they're helping to micro to meso level. So these all are the planning and management. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much for your valuable information. And I hope our participants are getting very much valuable information from you. Now we are going to start third technical session. Our sub-theme was major disaster of India and recent disasters and management. I'm going to information to all the presenters that when they are going to present their paper, they will get 5 to 7 minutes. And after the finishing the paper, we are going for the paper will be open for discussions. Now, first of all, I call by Shahin Akhtar, research scholar, Department of Geography, Gomti University, and his topic was Amphan, the super cyclone and its savings. So raise your hand. I have not seen the name, so please raise your hand. Is it Shahin Akhtar is there? Is it Shahin Akhtar is there?
I have seen his name. I have seen his name.
Okay. So you should, I muted him.
Yeah, already unmuted. Yeah, he's sharing his screen.
You heard my voice? Hello?
Hello?
Shahin Akhtar, have you heard my voice? Yeah, he has shared his screen. Okay, you can start your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are able. Okay, carry on.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Shaheen Akhtar. I am going to present on a topic entitled Amphan, the super cyclone and its challenges. So the tropical cyclone Amphan was named by Thailand almost 16 years ago, meaning sky, and it qualifies to be the first super cyclone hitting Bay of Bengal. And on 17 May, the Indian Meteorological Department confirmed Cyclone Amphan heading towards West Bengal and Bangladesh with a wind speed of about 185 km per hour. And on 18 May, it intensified into a severe storm, claiming 128 lives by causing flood and landslide on 20 May. Kerala, Bhutan, Assam also felt the impact of the cyclone. Cyclone Amphan has posed various challenges for the people, causing loss of life and property. The National Disaster Force has deployed 37 teams in West Bengal and Orissa as the preparedness measures, and around 2 million people have been evacuated in the coastal districts of West Bengal and Orissa, and about 2.2 million in Bangladesh. So the objectives are to study the Amphan cyclone, its origin and characteristics, and to examine the level of impact and the measures adopted were meant to adjust to Amphan. The methodology was based on secondary data collected from various websites, articles, newspapers. The Indian Meteorological Organization has also provided various information. The origin of Amphan. On 13 May 2020, an area of low pressure was developed, and on 16 May, IMD confirmed that the low pressure has developed into a depression And on 17 May, IMD confirms that it was actually the cyclone Amphan which was heading towards West Bengal and Bangladesh. The surge of the water due to the storm was as high as 10 to 16 feet. And on 20 May, at about 2:30 p.m., the cyclone caused heavy rain and landfall in and around West Bengal and Bangladesh. So this is the image of Amphan captured on 18 May by NASA Aqua satellite. And on the other side, you can see on the figure 2 that is the predicted path of the cyclone originating in the Bay of Bengal, moving towards West Bengal and finally to Bangladesh and dissipated in Bhutan. So the characteristics are it has a diameter of 20 km in size, equivalent to Category 5 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. The average speed was 185 km per hour, but it has also reached a speed of 260 km per hour of 1 minute, and the barometric pressure was 925 millibar on 18 May. The cyclone has caused the various districts damaged by causing landslide and landfall and flooding. After 6 hours of landfall, finally on 21 May, the Amphan weakened and dissipated in Bhutan. So this is the category of cyclone classification by Bureau of Meteorology. So here various types of cyclones are given and their description and the characteristics and wind speed. So by looking at this table, we can say that Amphan falls in the third category with the speed of 185 km per hour, causing major damages. So preparedness measures were adopted by both Indian government and the Bangladesh and Sri Lankan government too. So US Pacific Disaster Center said that up to 3.6 million people in India, million could be exposed in Bangladesh. And the IMD has issued an orange alert for West Bengal and warned of extensive damage mainly in Kolkata, Howrah, and the other districts of West Bengal. Bangladesh Meteorological Department also issued danger signal number 10 on the various ports of Mongla and Paira. Various NDRF teams have been deployed in West Bengal, Orissa, and Bangladesh. And the SDRF teams has kept all the food and medical supplies ready. The Air Force of Bangladesh has also kept 6 transport aircraft and 22 helicopters ready as the preparedness measures. The international safety net has been activated in the Bay of Bengal Maritime Rescue Coordination Center in Chennai, and the fishermen have been warned by IMD from 15 May not to sail over the Bay of Bengal, and various ferry services have been suspended, including these cruise services and the ship services from Singapore. And in West Bengal and Orissa, nearly 1.8 million and 2 lakh people have been evacuated. Nearly 50,000 people have been evacuated from the islands of Sundarbans. So shelters actually could be filled only to 1/3 capacity to maintain the COVID-19 social distancing guidelines. So impacts, if we see, Amphan has caused flood and landslide, claiming 98, 26, and 4 lives in India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka respectively. And around 45 lakh people in Orissa were affected. Amphan has hit mainly Sundarbans too, and the districts of West Bengal, that is East and West Midnapur, Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly, North and South 24 Parangas were mainly destructed by causing damage to infrastructure, public and private property. More than 88,000 hectares of paddy was lost, and in Kolkata, an estimated of 10,000 trees were destroyed by Amphan. As many as 50,000 families in Bangladesh are homeless, according to the nation's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. And the storm has affected more than 200 bridges and 233 government infrastructures in Bangladesh. Bhutan also experienced the bad weather because of the cyclone. And approximately various NDRF and ground teams have been working to restore the losses. And the European Union has also provided funding of 50,000 euros for affected people in India, and the International Development Organization BRAC dispersed 30 million to low-income families of Bangladesh. And the Indian government has announced 1,000 crore to be provided to West Bengal. These are some of the remedies provided by the government. These are the images which shows the destructive impact of Amphan. So by the image, it is clear that how powerful the cyclone was. So conclusion, Amphan is the powerful and tropical cyclone recorded in the Bay of Bengal, causing loss of life and property, washing away bridges, houses, tore down trees, power cut problems, taking the death toll to 120 lives, and West Bengal being the epicenter of landfall, felt the most widespread damage from Amphan. And the National Disaster Response Force is working to bring normalcy after being hit by Amphan. And in Bangladesh, cyclones take the leading role when it comes to natural hazard. Every one of us know that. So it is one of the vulnerable countries for tropical cyclone-induced disasters. And all the preparedness measures was taken by suspending the ferry services and all. And according to World Health Organization, IMD accurate and timely forecasting of Amphan has led to minimizing the effects of the cyclone further. And the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports that cyclone tracks will remain unchanged with the possibility of increasing peak intensities by 5 to 10% under current climatic conditions. So these are a few references. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Now, Professor Dr. Y.V. Krishna, sir. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Amal Singh, you please proceed. So I will put comment at last. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay. Then second participant, it is Environmental Degradation and Disaster in India by Radha Singh. Raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Radha Singh, student of Bihar University. Hello, Radha Singh. Have you heard my voice?
Yes. Is I am audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are
Yeah,
audible. Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Just a minute, sir. I'm just trying.
Okay.
Okay.
Is my PPT visible to all? Hello?
Hello. You are audible and
Hello.
visible. Hello.
Is my PPTs okay? Oh, am I
Yes,
audible to all?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Good morning, everyone. This is Radha Singh from Bihar University. First of all, I would like to thank entire faculty of Borhola College, Assam, who organized this webinar on the special topic environmental degradation. And I'm luckiest one to give a chance to participate in this webinar.
Hello. I think she has lost his connection. Hello. Hello, Radha Singh.
Yes, sir. Is my PPT is visible?
Not visible now.
Not visible now. Okay, I'm trying once again.
Okay.
Now is it visible?
No, it is not visible. It is
coming.
starting. It is coming.
Okay, sir. So
Okay,
then
now
may
it is
I
visible.
go
Okay,
to
it is visible. You may
thoroughly?
carry on. Okay, it is visible. You may carry on.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, to begin my topic, I would like to unquote Dalai Lama's word about environment. Once he said, human use, population, and technology have reached that certain stage where Mother Earth no longer accepts our presence with silence. Now I come to the point of environment.
Hello, Radha Singh. Again, we lost our connection. Hello. Radha Singh, are you audible now? Hello.
Hello.
Are you audible now?
Yes, sir. I am listening you, but perhaps you all are not listening me.
No.
We are listening to you, but your PPT is not visible.
You verbally present
Sir,
your paper.
it may be some technical.
Yep, you please verbally.
I am presenting my paper verbally.
Okay. Achha. Present.
Now I am audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I would like to define environmental degradation. It is a turbulence or disturbance to the environment which is always unwelcomed and undesirable. The degradable is caused by large and increasing population, and it always leads a heavy loss of life as well as ecosystem. It also has an impact on habitat and wildlife. It affects our health, humanity, and surviving style. The deterioration and disturbance of environment creates disaster, which may be either human-induced or by natural. Now, the man-made cause of environmental degradation. It is caused by air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, and urban development. Now, air pollution. It is of the most polluted cities in the world. 21 out of 30 were in India. It is a very serious health issue. 51% of pollution is caused by the industrial pollution, 27% by vehicles, 17% by crop burning, and 5% by Diwali fire crackers. Now, water pollution. The largest source of water pollution in India is untreated sewage. Most rivers, lakes, and surface water in India are polluted due to industries' wastage, bio-wastage, untreated sewage, solid waters, and oil exploitations, chemical wastage, etc. It is estimated that around 70% of surface water in India is unfit for use. Now, next point is soil pollution. It is due to excessive use of chemical fertilizers, biocides, and pesticides. Our soil gets polluted. It becomes polluted due to misdeeds of human behaviors, throwing off polluted liquids and solids from urban and industrial areas, forest fires, water logging, and related capillary process, leaching, drought, etc. Now, urban development in India. Urbanization is also plays an important role in environmental degradation. Urbanization aggregates human activities, which leads to specialization and in increased productivity, which reduced more goods. Use more goods, we are more resources for urbanization. There is the rapid growth on the ground level. Now there is the agricultural runoff. For rapid growing population, the agricultural runoff and the productivity is very low. Much of the Indian population drinks directly from river source, making them extremely prone to adverse health effects. Now, natural causes of environmental degradation. It may be climate changes, deforestation, and land disturbance. Now, climate changes. The rise of temperature causes global warming. A warmer atmosphere causes glacier and seas to melt rapidly, which rise sea level. And when the rise of temperature, it creates ozone layer depletion. Now the oceans are getting hotter and it become more acidic. Now deforestation. Forests and lands were destroyed and natural ecosystem reduced and fragmented. It threats a range of pressure including acidification, water abstraction, population pressures, and diseases. Now the land degradation or landslides. It always disturbs food production, fiber provision, water retention, and carbon storage. It includes loss of soil fertility. It has serious knock-on on effects for humans, such as malnutrition, forced migration, and cultural damage. Now the impact of environmental degradation. As we see that the impact of environmental degradation is mainly sees over the poverty and downtrodden people. It is not, and poverty is not an accident like slavery and apartheid. It is man-made and can be removed by the action of human beings. The impact of environmental degradation is especially lost the beauty of earth. As Jonathan Watt says that human society under urgent threat from loss of earth's natural life. Now to combating environmental degradation. It may be conservation, awareness, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Conservation, keeping our planet clean for future generation, we have to use less resources like air, water, and soil. To conserve these resources, we can save our ecosystem and the eradication of wildlife as well as biodiversity. Awareness, environmental awareness is an important to its protection. It is an ideology that evokes the necessity and responsibility of humans to respect, protect, and preserve the natural world from its anthropogenic or man-made afflictions. Reduce. Our planet have limited resources. If we use our consumption at least 70%, we could save our wildlife and flora and fauna. Now reuse. If we start reusing specific things, environmental degradation will be greatly reduced. Now recycling, it is the best way to slow down environmental degradation, and after recycling our limited resources, we can create a beautiful Mother Earth. Now to conclude, I must say that problem of environmental degradation and climate changes are not threats to the earth at large, but they challenge to human survives. Thank you. Thank you to all who listened me patiently.
Thank you, Radha Singh, for your presentation. So we go to the next presenter, R.C. Kohli, Assistant Professor of Maharana Pratap College. Is there R.C. Kohli? So raise your hand if there is R.C. Kohli. Is there R.C. Kohli? Raise your hand. Is there R.C. Kohli? Please raise your hand. So then, but I think he's not in line. So we go to the next presenters. That is Priya Saha. His topic on recent disaster in India with special reference to Assam. So if there is Priya Saha, raise your hand. Priya Saha. Is there Priya Saha? Please raise your hand. Priya Saha is there. Priya Saha is there. Then I think he is also not in line. Then again, we go to the next participant is Dr. L. Malesha Rao, J. Ram Mohan, Dr. ABP Appa Rao, P. Ram Krishna Rao, they all elections from S3 YN College, Naraspur. Are they also
Rana,
there?
Sir.
Dr. Rana,
Yes, sir.
already Priya Saha is here. She's raising her hand. Give opportunity to her.
PSI, Amal sir, PSI
Yeah.
is there.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
raising her hand.
PSI is here.
Priya sir.
Yeah, he's here.
But so please connect here from Anna, please connect it from there. Okay, I've got. Priya sir, please unmute it. Unmute. Priya Saha.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Priya Saha.
Yes, sir. Am I
Yeah,
audible?
Have you heard my voice?
Yeah.
So you can start your presentation.
Miss Priya Saha, time is yours. You start your presentation.
Hello, Priya Saha. Okay, she has started this.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Priya Shah. My seminar paper is on recent disaster in India with special reference to Assam. First of all, what is disaster? Disasters occurs when hazards meet vulnerable situations. Disasters occurs. Natural disasters such as fires, floods, earthquakes, and drought are part of the natural cycles, and human-made or natural event that causes destruction and devastation that cannot be alleviated without assistance. It does not have to cause injury or death to be considered as disaster. In India, one of the most disaster-prone countries of the world, almost 80% of India's geographical area is considered at risk to one or more type of natural disasters. Every year between 2000 and 2000 to 2009, 65 million people on average in India were affected by disasters. Of this, 3.25 million were pregnant and latching mothers. Every year, 8.45 million children under 5 years of age are affected by disasters. Of this, 1.25 million were malnourished by UNICEF. So here are my next slides. The objectives are taken to study about the types of disaster in India and its impacts on environment, and to assess the overall causes and effects of disaster in India. The entire study is depending on the secondary data based on books, journals, and different websites. Here are the next slides. Types of disasters. Disasters mainly natural or man-made. Natural disasters such as floods, cyclones, earthquakes, forest fires, droughts, dust storms, landslides, etc. And man-made disasters such as dam failure, nuclear accidents, hazardous waste accidents, industrial accidents due to fire, well spills, and the leakages of gas, social disasters like mass migrations, riots, catastrophic disasters, accidents-related disasters such as forest fires, major building collapse, accidents, rail, railway, air, and the locust attack recently, the biological disaster, cattle epidemics, biological disasters, and epidemics. Impacts on environment. The impacts of disasters on environment and developments are manifold. Disasters create substantial environmental degradations and ecological imbalance, hinder socio-economic development, and rated the process of improving the quality of the life of the people. The interaction and interdependencies work in their complicated way, affected people, ecosystem, and the biodiversity. As I mentioned earlier in my seminar paper, I have given more importance in disaster in Assam. So here I start with
that flood is being the first and foremost factors of causing disaster in Assam. The Brahmaputra River, which is the lifeline of northeastern Indian since ages, and which has many tributaries such as Diabharali, Dihang, Diadhol, Dibang, etc., and which is causing in summer, spring or summer season havoc rainfall, and which is created heavy rainfall and flood in Assam. As you can see, the graph itself, in 2016, the number of people who died due to flood were 28. And suddenly it rose up to 85 people in 2017. Again in 2018, it fell down to 12 persons with a rise of 44 persons. Similarly, if you see that the graph shows that the affected peoples in 2016, 16 lakhs, which is the highest among the 4 years, and the lowest in 2007, which was the 4 lakhs people. Moving to my next slide, which is landslides. In the recent past, Guwahati city has been witnessed a number of devastating landslides in the hilly belts. This is mainly because of inadequate urban land use planning, and the demand for land becomes such that communities build houses in areas which are economically unstable with risks of landslides. In 2020, nearly 21 people died in 3 separate landslides triggered by insane heavy rainfall over the past couple of days in Hailakandi, Kachar, and Karimganj districts in South Assam's Barak Valley. The landslides killed 8 in Hailakandi, 6 in Karimganj, and 7 in Kachar. So, the next slide is Baghjan gas leak, which is the most painful and dangerous disaster occurred in Oil India Limited, Baghjan, operated by John Energy Private Limited, which is situated in Tinsukia district, Assam, on 27th May 2020. This incident happened due to falling pressure system in the oil well, and on 5th June 2020, the gas was reported to be leaking uncontrollably. Due to this leakage, the oil well caught fire on 9 June 2020. The fire quickly spread to a large area and burned down nearby the trees, crops, and the houses. It also resulted in death of 2 employees, and there has been reported death of several aquatic animals. Thousands of people are being evacuated, and NDRF, National Disaster Response Force, has been deployed in the area. Indian Air Force and the Indian Army also assisting their job. Oil India Limited announced that they will give 30,000 as compensation to all those families who are affected. Digging Patkai, it is our trending issue in Assam. It is not a disaster, but it is ongoing disaster in Assam. It's been reported as an ongoing coal mining inside Dihing Patkai forest by CIL, Coal India Limited. It is situated in the Dibrugarh and Tinsukia districts of Assam, which is one of the biggest rainforests in India, home for many elephants and numerous flora and fauna. Coal mining inside the Dihing Patkai will have an adverse effect on the ecological balance of the area, climate, environment, and along with flora and fauna. People have been demanding in social media a ban of mining inside the Dihing Patkai elephant reserves, and online petitions in this regard has already attracted over 52,000 signatures. So I concluded my topic. Disasters are exceptional events which suddenly kill or injure large number of people Environmental management involves proper resource use and resource management. Its main objectives is to reduce to minimize the impacts of human activities on the physical and ecological environment. It endeavors to avoid the overuse, misuse, and abuse of resources in the environment. Government should be taking precautionary measures to help prevent such kind of disasters. Active involvement of communities in disasters management activities with clear delineations of their responsibilities by providing intensive training in the general public about the various aspects of disasters and the benefits of the counter of resources. And government also replenish the current situation of the forest as soon as possible to maintain the ecological balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya, for your presentation. Next, there is if there is RC call is there, please raise your hand. If there is RC call is there, please raise your hand. Then we go to the next presenter about our topic is recent disaster by India in 2019 by Dr. L. Malesha Rao. Is there? So if you are there, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand if you are there. Dr. L. Malesha Rao, J. Ramohan is there. Then we go to the next presenter if is there. That is Santu Das, research scholar, Cotton College, University, Guwahati is there. If you are there, please raise your hand. Santu Das. Then I go to the next presenter's topic, that is water pollution, a case study of Ambika Nala in Nagar Tehsil city of area by Dr. Ravi Prasad Tambre, head of geography department. Is there? Dr. Ravi Paras. Dr. Ravi Paras. Is there Dr. Ravi Paras? If there is, please raise your hand. Okay, I will wait. We will be waiting for them if they are come online. But next,
He's there. Amal sir, he's there, but he will start
it's
later.
not raising.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, later on. Then heavy rains in Maharashtra, another disaster by Professor Pratap Babru. Is he there? Please raise your hand, sir. I think he is also not in line. Will come later on, I think. Rana?
He's there, but no response section.
Is it? Okay. Then we go for the next presenter.
Yes.
That is disaster in Karnataka by Sosikola Patil, Department of Botany. Is he there? Ma'am, if you are there, please raise your hand. Ma'am, if you are online, please raise your hand. Disaster in Karnataka by Sosikola Patil. Ma'am, if you are here, please raise your hand.
No. Last thing.
This is the last one. This 9 to tell. We have the 9 paper indentations. Till now, we have 3 presenters has presented their papers. So if anybody is there again, I am calling their names with their topic. One topic is environmental degradation and disaster in India by R.C. Colley. Is there assistant professor of Maharana Pratap College? Okay, Santosh, that's in line I have found. Okay.
We'll unmute him.
Yeah, you are muted. Have you heard
yes,
voice, Santosh?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So please start your presentation.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are
Yes,
audible.
yes. But your video is not there. Your video is not there.
I think my laptop camera is not working properly, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, it is now video is audible. Okay, may proceed on.
Good morning, everyone, respected resource person and the participants. Myself, Santu Das, research scholar from Keynote University. Today, I am going to present urban flood scenario in Dibrugarh town, Assam. So here is the overview of my presentation: introduction, study area, objective, database and methodology, rainfall events, urban flood events, and conclusion. So here comes the introduction. According to the government of India, annually, average 2,000 people dies every year because of rain-related calamities like cyclone, flood, and landslide. So what is flood? Flood is an overflow of large amount of water beyond its normal limit, especially over what is normally a dry land. And what is urban flood? So urban flood is an overflow of water that submerges land or property in a built environment, particularly in more densely populated areas. That means it happens in towns and cities. So major causes are urban impervious land surface combined with excessive rainfall and inadequate drainage facilities. So because of urban impervious land surface is very common in a built-up area, so when rainfall occurs, it cannot infiltrate impervious land surface, and that's why surface runoff increases and occurrence of urban flood and chances of occurrence of urban flood also increases. Another reason is inadequate drainage facility to cut the rainwater from the city or illegal construction along the nalas or the drains. Here we can see the urban flood is very common in the most of the Indian cities, such as Mumbai, Chennai, Delhi, Noida, Kolkata, and all this is because of poor urban drainage management and illegal construction or unplanned construction. Urban flood is also very often during the summer months of the season, that is June to September. It happens in Dibrugarh. So study area, here you can see the location of study area. Location of Dibrugarh Dibrugarh is an administrative district of Upper Assam in northeastern states of India. It's a very small town, comprises only 15.45 square kilometers. So objectives are very simple: to highlight the recent urban flood events in Dibrugarh town, to identify the urban flood-prone areas. So database and methodology. My primary data sources are observation and GPS point collection through field visit, and secondary sources are internet, newspaper, books, and government organization. And QGIS, T18, Zanzibar, and Golaghat were also employed for the map creation. So causes of urban flood in Dibrugarh, mainly rainfall events. Here in the table 2, we can see average rainfall and average rainy days in Dibrugarh town. From the table, we can clearly see average rainfall is above 350 millimeter between June to September, and the same period average rainy days are over 14, and that's why the urban flood is also very often in Dibrugarh in the same period. Another cause is poor urban drainage management. Poor urban drainage management is another major cause of urban flood in Dibrugarh. For example, Dibrugarh Town Protection Drain, which plays a significant role in carrying rainwater from the town. However, because of encroachment and lack of maintenance, the drain can't function properly. Another reason is non-completion of 9.5 kilometer long portion of the drain. A project of 169.89 crore was taken on drain works in 2014 under an Assam Development Bank, but it was not completed because a Spanish company named Corvium Construction, which backed the tender, suddenly left the project in November 2017 after its parent organization in Madrid filed for bankruptcy. Another reason is impervious land surface. Because of impervious land surface, rainwater can infiltrate, and so that the surface runoff increases, and the chances for all kinds of urban flood also increases. So urban flood, here's the list of urban flood events in Dibrugarh. The June 10, 2015 affected areas including Dibrujan, Dugabari, PWD Colony, Kalibari, Bisnunagar, Bagisapara, West Sokidigi, Bansabari, Amulapati, Nirmaligaon, Police Reserve, Milonnagar, Boiragimot, Seuspur, Khalihamari, Gongapara, Lasitnagar, Ambari, Podamoni, Gandhinagar, Lisubari, Podumnagar, Sandipara, Khoniagaon, and Jibon Fukonnagar. Consequences are shops and markets, schools and colleges, banks and offices have been remaining closed under the impact of urban flooding. Another event is July 24, 2015. The affected areas are Milonnagar, Police Reserve, Graham Bazar, Khalihamari, KP Road, Podumnagar, Amulapati, Naliapur, Santipara, Sokidigi, Gangapara, Bansabari, Gahuru Pothar, and Seuspur areas. The consequences are drain water entered local houses, the city's main roads are underwater. There are another events here in July 1, 2016, July 11, 2019, August 4, 2019, and recently June 3, 2020, which is just the beginning for this year. And the affected areas are PWD Colony, Overbridge area, Khoniagaon. The consequences are traffic, drain water entered local houses, health and hygiene problem, cooking problem, etc. Here I'm showing the location of flood affected areas within the Dibrugarh municipality. These are simply just GPS points of these flood affected areas that I have collected by a field visit. These are the photo gallery of urban floods in Dibrugarh. Figure 3 is Police Reserve, another picture of Police Reserve in figure 4. And then we can see figure 5 is Thana Sayali, then RKB Path, which is in the center of the town, then PWD Colony, Milonnagar, and conclusion. Urban flood is very real in Dibrugarh during the summer season. It is not that severe compared to urban flood of Chennai or Kolkata, but it will become if the proper management strategy is not adopted. There is not a single study about Dibrugarh regarding urban flood. Therefore, it is important to explore more on this problem for better understanding the situation. Thank you. These are the references.
Thank you, Santudas, for your presentation. Next, I call Dr. Ravi Prasad Tambre. His topic on water pollution is case study of Ambika Nala in Nagar Tahsil city area. There is Dr. Ravi Prakash Tambe. Please raise your hand. Dr. Ravi Prasad Tambre. Dr. Ravi Prasad Tambe, are you there?
His name is visible, but he's not
responding now.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry back. Sorry back.
Dr. Ravi Prasad Prakash, are you audible now? Then we go to the next presenter. I think we will come later on. Disaster in Karnataka by Socio-Lekha Patil. Is there Socio-Lekha Patil is there? Please raise your hand. Socio-Lekha Patil. Socio-Lekha Patil, Department of Botany, Bhagwati College, Karnataka. Till now, we have 4 papers has been presented by the presenters. So again, I calling the name where till now they have not been response. Once again, First one is R.C. Kohli, Assistant Professor, Maharana Pratap College. Is there? R.C. Kohli. The next was recent disaster over India in 2009 by Dr. Okay. Dr. Ramprakash has said that he will start his bitten later on. Dr. Ravi Prasad Tambe. Are you coming on the line? Hello. Ravi Prakash. So we go to the next participant, I think next topic. Recent disaster over India in 2009. Dr. L. Malesser Rao is there. Please raise your hand if you are there.
Actually, this recent disaster over India in 2019, Dr. Malleshwar Rao, J. Ram Mohan, Dr. Appa Rao, P. Ramakrishna Rao, and Sundar Singh, and K. Ram Narayana. Anybody is there present? Raise your hand.
So nobody is raising their hands. So I think it's better to go for the
Next presenter. Let's just see.
only these papers are there. Only 9 papers are there. Only 4 presenters have presented their papers till now. So others have not been present.
Dr. Rana.
Sir, yes, sir.
Time is there because of this session is 10 to 11:30 a.m.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you once again in the last call you can call to them. Then after that we will conclude this technical session.
Okay. Please, Amal Singh, sir, please call for last time. After that, we'll conclude.
Okay, one is raising his hand. I have not. His name has not been come, but only his device has been sourced.
Who is there? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Again, call their names.
He's
R.C. Colley. Is R.C. Colley is there? R.C. Colley, Assistant Professor of Maharana Pratap College.
Realme 5.
Only one has raised their hand. Realme 51. Actually, I don't know his name. And next one is recent disaster over India in 2009 by Dr. L. Malesser Rao. Then next topic is water pollution, a case study of Ambika Nala in Tangar, Tehsil City area by Ravi Paras Tambri. So are you there, sir? Please raise your hand.
His name is visible, Dr. Ravi Prakash here, but what happened?
He is not responding, sir.
Oh yeah.
Please, Realme 5. Please unmute your voice.
Now he's in line, Ravi Prakash Tambre.
Rana, Upenda Pathare wants to present paper. Upenda Pathare.
Upenda Pathare.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Dr. Upendra Pathare, sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, please.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Hello, yes.
Hello. Are you listening,
Yes.
sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, I just want to connect my desktop computer. Na? Wait 5 to 5 minutes. Okay. Yes,
Okay.
5 minutes. I will connect to my desktop computer.
No, if you are not able to connect that, you can present your paper verbally also, no problem.
Okay, sir. One minute, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
You are able
Yes,
to
sir.
hear your voice. Start your
Yes,
presentation.
sir. Myself, yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank to all the organizer for giving me such an opportunity to present my paper. My research paper entitled An Analytical Study of Landslide Investigation and Mapping Techniques. So, in the context of India, India has been traditionally vulnerable to natural disaster on account of its unique geoclimatic condition. And then a rapid population growth, urbanization, and industrialization, also modernization of old agriculture practices and other sectors of the society have led to the occurrence of the disaster due to human activities. So developmental work in the developing countries suffers when developed countries join together to impose sanctions on the plea of environmental protection. So in the context of India, in view of India's high vulnerability profile, the recurrent phenomena of a range of disasters, it issues that heavy loss of lives, property, and livelihoods. So in this my paper, in the context of the objective and hypothesis of the present study are to design address as follows. So objectives: to know the type of moment and type of material of the landsliding, to know the strategies of landsliding control, to know the phases and development early warning system of landslide, to know rockfall protection systems, and to assess the landslide investigation techniques. In the hypothetically approach, the problem landslide investigation for corrective and remedial measures has been tackled national, state, and local bodies. So this objective is to minimize the damage loss. In the methodological approach, the data and information have been collected from different sources, such as published and unpublished work, secondary data reviews of the different period, in order to assess educational performance to effective planning and designing for the decision makers were collected and procedures summarized section pages. So as you know that, so landslide primarily associated with the mountainous regions, majorly in glaciated regions. Landslides can involve various types of movements: flowing, sliding, toppling, falling moments. Mainly, slides exhibits a combination of two or more types of movements. In this context, in the context of India, the Indian subcontinent with a diverse physiographic, seismotectonic, and climatological condition is subject to the varying degree of landslide hazards. So, The forming of materials include rock, then soil, artificial fill, and combination of all of these. As per my research objective, I suggested that the moment, type of moment, and type of material. The different type of falls, it means falls that is a bedrock, it is considered a rock fall, predominantly coarse that is debris fall, and engineering soils considered predominantly fine earth fall. And another one is topless, rational, transitional, lattice pumps, and spreads and flows and complex. So rock fall, rock topple, rock slide, rock spread, rock flow, and deep creep. These are the bedrock in the Indian context. So predominantly coarse, the debris fall and earth fall, debris topple, debris slide, and debris spread and debris flow. And the predominantly fine contains that the earth fall, earth topic, earth topple, earth slide, earth spread, and earth flow. So this particular rapid consisting of the soil creep. So rigid walls also consider we have to do. Flexible net system is there. Reinforced concrete galleries also there. Then trenches and reinforced earth damage. So rockfall velocity also classified into different version. Velocity class that is 7 to 1. The 7 description considered as extremely rapid. 6th as very rapid, 5th as rapid, and 4th as moderate, and 3rd is slow, and 2nd is very slow, and 1 velocity class 1 is considered as extremely slow. So typical velocity is that human response is in the context of velocity class 7 is there nil. Human response in the context of 7 velocity, that is nil. And come to know about the evacuation system we have to use in the description study of the rapid solid creep. This velocity class in the context of velocity class 5, rapid description is the must, and we have to use the due to the human evacuation. So how we control the landslide control system? The type of falls is there, type of material also there, and recommended control at my measures. So in according to my paper, the falls predominantly fine earth fall and predominantly coarse debris fall. In the context of for the particles of bed rock fall, the geotextile nailed on slope and spot bolting also there. When breast walls and alteration of slope profile and rock feel also. Botanical measures also we have to consider. Check dams, series and check dams, rows and dips and combined systems also we are going to observe. In another slide, another point is my rockfall protection system. What type of protection system we have to use? The suitable structural protection measures have to select it according to expected event frequency and impact energy. So factors affecting on the rockfall that must be considered into slope height, topographic profile, variable slope angles, potential launch points, and rock type variations. Also soil cover, vegetative cover, potential runout areas, and impact zones. So these things happen. Also pre-split blasting, that is method of the blasting which result in a less broken surface to the rock face. However, this does not overcome any underlying stability problem such as weak layers within the face, and it can be unslide free. So another point is that development of early warning system. How we develop it? So topographic survey and generation of contour map, geological structure, geomorphological and hydrological mapping, install automatic rain gauge, collection of soil sample and laboratory testing, and resistivity of GPR and survey of sites. Another second phase is that selection of type of sensor and locations, system design including architecture, sensor specifications, digging and boreholes, installation of sensor, interfacing, calibration, and installation of monitoring software. So automated recording of measurement to enterprise the database. These are the development of early warning system. So landscape investigation. Another very important point, that is the landscape investigation. When we discuss about the empirical methods, the investigation or regional scale that 1:25,000 to 1 raised to 50,000, land inventory danger map, then detailed method also we are large scale, that is 1 raised to 1,000 to 1 raised to 2,000 map scale of map. The rock failure, panel slides, wedge slide, and toppling also considering the debris slide and the debris flow and rock falls. So it is considered into the details method. Another, that is observational method, investigation on large scale, that is 1 raised to 1,000 or 1 raised to 2,000 map. So what we have to do that in the observational method, mentoring of sufficient moment using the survey pillars, monitoring of slope usage and remote sensing data, another GPS monitoring and landslide monitoring system also is there. So here I conclude my paper. As per the conclusion, landslide is a process of mass wasting. Several things can be trigger landslides, including the slow weathering of rocks as well as the soil erosion, earthquakes and volcanic activity. Also, a landslide is a complex geological body composed of a combination of layers and having a contrasting and gradational physical properties. So useful engineering, as per my paper opinion, that this useful engineering property of soils may be obtained from field and laboratory geophysical measurement. So factor including the slope gradient, type of material, and the hydrological conditions also. The type of movement is dependent on many conditions, and a continuous record for baseline movements in order to better understand the complex relations with the leading factors and the dynamics of displacement. So lastly, I conclude the point. Definition of the process that triggered the moment is of primary importance to understand the landslide mechanism. So here conclude my research paper, sir. So thank you for your valuable cooperation to present my paper, sir. And thank you, sir. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
So,
okay,
hello.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I have seen in the screen that Dr. Ravi Prasad Tambe was in line. So I asked Dr. Ravi Prasad Tambe to start his presentation. Hello, sir, are you hearable? Are you audible? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, sir, are you audible now?
Yes,
Hello?
I'm hearable now. Yes.
Okay, so start your presentation, sir.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, thanks to Lord. Myself, Dr. Ravi Prakash Thomre, head of the department, Radhabai Kale Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra. My research paper topic is water pollution, a case study of Ambika Nala in Nagar Tehsil city area. Pollution is the undesirable change in the chemical, physical, biological characteristic of any component of the environment, which can cause harmful effect of various forms of life. Pollution involved in unhealthy mixture of the foreign matter or energy into the environment, which make it harmful to life activities. The developing countries with near about the 70% of the human population are economically hard pressed, while the advanced in and heavily industrialized country with near about the 30% population are made in rush exploit every bit or natural resources and the manufacture into the finish the goods for their comfort earn the currency from the needy countries. In doing so, the industry is dumping their waste material in their immediate environment, which is now becoming the big source of population. My study region is the Ambika Nala is the tributary of Sina River, is flowing to Ahmednagar city region. The Sina River is the large tributary of the Bhima River, starting near the Ahmednagar city. It's two cheap source. One near the Jamgaon, about 20 kilometers west of the town of Ahmednagar city, and other is near about the 16 kilometers. It's northeast. For the distance about is the 55 kilometer. The Ambika Nala is the large left bank feeder of Sina River, west of the Torna in Ahmednagar district. My research paper objective is to identify the major river pollution of Sina River and its tributary Ambika Nala, its impact on the catchment area surrounding of the Ahmednagar city region. The database and methodology is the study based on the both primary and secondary trends of pollution data for the 6-point study point, most the vulnerable in the term of population risk of the Ambika Nala, responding from each point. Thus, the sample from the subsequently the participatory urban-rural appraisal, the perception regarding the present trends of pollution. The pollution assessment has been done to the risk assessment by giving them ranking high, low, moderate basis of response. The identification of water pollution and responsible factor of the Ambika Nala. Water is the essential commodity for the survival. We need water for drinking, cooking, bathing, washing, irrigation, and for the industrial operation. Most of the water comes from river. Water has the property to the dissolve many substance in it. Therefore, it gets the easily polluted. The common source of water pollution can range from purely nature to the several man-made source like discharge of the domestic and the industrial wastage. The major pollutants of Ambika Nala is the domestic sewage, agriculture waste, and the industrial waste. The standard of the purity water, I collect the data and I have tested some physical, chemical qualities of the water. The various pollutants are found in this Ambika Nala water, like calcium, magnesium, iron, the manganese, copper, zinc, fluoride, fluorides, nitrates, and radioactivities, and nil. But other is the correct in percentage. I have statistical operation. I have t-test analysis. We have got the laboratory report of collected water sample. Here we are going to analyze if polluted water is the affecting quality or not with the help of the t-test. Here t-test is applied to each individual property of water. We have obtained p-value of the t-test. The testing hypothesis is the null hypothesis: polluted water does effect on human life, and polluted water effect on human life is the alternative hypothesis. My research conclusion from about t-test and the comparison with the standard parameters, we can say that the polluted water has bad impact on the water quality. Second is those sample which are taken from river channel shows more the deterioration in the properties of water, and the sample have considered being in harmful, which is the strictly not recommended to any use and irrigation. And the last one is the among all chemical properties, especially calcium, magnesium, and the chlorides, which are the protracted and the impacted the groundwater quality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentations.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
So Again, I think again I am repeating the names of the participants still now who have not presented the paper, if there is. So we are already in time, actually. RC Colley, Assistant Professor Mohana Pratap College. Is there? Please raise your hand. RC Colley. Then next is participant is recent disaster over India in 2009. Dr. L. Malesar Rao is there. Then next participant was Professor Pratap Babro. Is there? His topic was on heavy rains in Maharashtra, a natural disaster. Is there? And next one is Socio-economic Patil, Department of Botany, Bhagwati College, Karnataka. His topic was in disaster in Karnataka. Is there? Is there? So I think in this technical session, these are the paper. So I'm forwarding to Dr. Y.V. Krishna sir to discuss on these papers. Hello, sir. Hello, K.V. Krishna sir. Have you heard my voice?
Yeah, sir is admitted just right now. See, from both side, Rana, see, from your side, please unmute, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay, Dr. Rana.
Okay, sir, you can proceed, sir.
Session is over, na?
It's over, sir.
Okay. Okay. So in this technical session 3, actually 10, including this Dr. Upendra, so 10 papers, but out of 10, 6 are presented. So, and most of the scholars, they are very well explained and detailed for their methodology. So whenever this, I'm just suggesting to scholars, whenever you come to like this webinar or national seminar like this, so we need qualitative data. So that way it will be helpful to for your future research. So that is I'm saying. So in that way, I'm also thankful to organizing committee to giving opportunity to be as a technical session chairman and as a resource person. Okay, thank you very much to all the organizing committee for principal and Dr. Rana Bora also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much for your valuable suggestions. Now we came to the end of this technical session 3. Now we're going to proceed to technical session 4. I have handed over to Rana Bora.
Thank you, Amal Jyoti Sring sir. You have conducted the technical session 3. Thank you again, and thank you Y.V. Krishna sir for investing your valuable time with us. We are very much thankful to you. As a resource person, you have presented the theme very briefly and also commented about presentation of different scholars. Thank you, sir, again. With these few words, I like to move to technical session 4 because already time is already over. It's already 11:43. Therefore, we'd like to directly move to technical session 4. For technical session 4, I'd like to request again Amal Jyoti Sring sir and our Devojit Dwara sir, organizing secretaries, to conduct this technical session 4. Please, sir. Amaljyoti Singh, sir, and please.
Okay, thank you, Rana.
Sir.
So we welcome again everybody. Good afternoon. We are going to start the 4 technical sessions. In this 4 technical sessions, our resource person is Dr. Tariq Siddiq, Assistant Professor in the Department of Geology, Aligarh Muslim University. Professor Dr. Tariq Siddiq completed his MSc in Applied Geology from Aligarh Muslim University, and he is awarded gold medal as he secured first position. Professor Tariq Siddiq is awarded PhD from IIT of Roorkee. He has also made many academic and professional achievements. He is also the life member of Indian Geotechnical Society. Till now, Dr. Tariq sir has published many publications in various international and national journals, along with publication of many books. He has also attended more than 7 international and national seminars and workshops. Apart from this, he is also related as a reviewer of many academic journals. So now I welcome Professor Dr. Tariq Siddiq sir in this technical sessions. In this technical session, the sub-theme is preparedness, mitigation, and management of disasters, micro and macro level environmental management. In this technical sessions, 13 papers are going to be presented, and each participant will get 5 to 7 minutes for presentation. And afterwards, there will be open discussions on the paper. Now, I request the presenters to ready for the presentation, and I welcome Dr. Tariq Siddiq sir come as a resource person online. Thank you. Tariq sir, have you heard my voice? Hello, Tariq sir. Hello. Hello, Tariq sir. Hello. Hello, Tariq sir.
Yeah. Tariq sir is starting screen sharing.
Okay.
Tariq sir, please proceed.
आपला जो टॉपिक आहे तो म्हणजे हिमनदीचं अपक्षरण आणि निक्षेपण ज्याला आपण खनन संचयन या नावामध्ये आहे. सगळ्यात अगोदर हिमक्षेत्र ज्याला आपण स्नोफिल्ड असं म्हणतो ते आधी बघूया. साधारणपणे हिमयुग हे प्लेटोसीन या कालखंडामध्ये 30,000 ते 40,000 वर्षापूर्वी होते. या हिमयुगात सुमारे 30 दशलक्ष चौरस किलोमीटर म्हणजे 20% प्रदेश हिमाच्छादित होता. प्लेटोसीन हिमयुगात जाड बर्फाच्या आच्छादनाखाली उत्तर अमेरिकेतील कॅनडा, ग्रीनलँड, उत्तर युरोप, आशिया, अंटार्क्टिका हे खंड होते. भारतात देखील काही ठिकाणी हिमयुग गेल्याचे पुरावे आपल्याला आढळतात. यामध्ये ओडिसामधील तालचेरा जिल्ह्यात, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगड, अगदी आपल्या महाराष्ट्रामधील चंद्रपूर आणि गडचिरोली या जिल्ह्यांमध्ये हिमयुगाचे अवशेष आढळून येतात.
Tariq, sir.
Okay. Yes, Tariq sir. Hello, Tariq sir. But not audible. Your voice is not audible in Zoom. Hello. Your voice is not audible in Zoom actually. Your presentation, we have seen your presentation, but your voice is not coming. Okay, then we'll hello. There is some technical problem from Tariq Siddiqui sir. His voice is not clear. His PPT is clear. Therefore, I'd like to request our moderators and also we have seen that Dr. Nayan Sethi sir is there. I'd like to request Sethi sir to conduct this session. For next session, we'll try with Tariq Siddiqui sir.
Hello.
Sir.
Hello everyone. Good evening. And hello.
Yes, sir.
Are you hearing?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, okay. Suddenly I'll have to conduct this session due to some technical problems that is encountered just now. So I request the moderator to continue with the papers. So I'll be commenting on after the presentation of the papers and respective suggestions, whatever is needed, I'll be trying after the presentation. So let us start the presentation. So I personally thank the authorities, organizers to conduct this seminar on a very vital issue nationally, and many participants since yesterday I have seen and I have heard many papers also, very good papers are also discussed here. And accordingly, this discussion is continuing. Oh, sir, here, what is the problem here in the screen? Oh, what is the problem?
Okay, sir.
Is it going smoothly?
Yes, okay. Your voice is audible, sir.
Some screen pop-ups are coming, that is why I am. So
Okay,
I thank the authority that they have invited me to join this session. I thank the authority, especially Dr. Anabara and the principal for organizing this seminar. And let us start this session. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir, I'd like to introduce our Setri sir, Dr. Nayan Setri sir. He's the ex-associate professor of Cotton University. He's now the professor in Royal Global University. He also worked for a long time in USTM, University of Science and Technology. He's a very hardworking man. I worked with him in a research paper. Actually, he is a very hardworking man, and he's very much knowledgeable in the field of GIS, remote sensing, and especially the geoinformatics field, as well as in fluvial geomorphology also. He is very much expert in that field, and very hardworking man from Cotton. He's known for a very hardworking and knowledgeable man. We are very fortunate that we are getting you as a resource person for technical session 4. So very much welcome to our department and college. And like with these few words, I like to request our moderators to proceed.
Thank you, Rana. First of all, welcome, Setri sir, to our webinar.
Thank you very much.
So we are start going to our technical session 4. First of all, I request Manisha Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, TSB College, Jammu Golaghat, Assam. If she is there, please raise your hand. And his topics on conservation and management of ornamental fish resources of Sonitpur district of Assam. So if she is there, please raise your hand. Okay. Manisha Das is there. Okay, you may start your presentation. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Manisha Das. Are you
Am I audible?
audible now?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yes. Start your presentation.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning to all.
You are audible. Okay,
Myself Manisha Das. Hello. Good morning to
Hello,
all.
we are
Myself
okay,
Manisha
start.
Das.
Yes, please continue.
Myself Manisha Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Jagbir Hemborua College, Jammu Golaghat. Today I am going to deliver in nutshell to you all on the topic conservation and management of ornamental fish resource, Sonitpur district of Assam. My content is introduction, materials and method, result and discussion, conclusion, and references. Introduction. Ornamental fishes are attractive and colorful species of fishes with peaceful nature of various characteristics which are kept as pet in confined space of an aquarium or a garden pool for fun and fancy. Keeping a home aquarium with small tropical fishes is a growing hobby in our country. This hobby provides excellent relaxation and entertainment for people of all ages. Aquarium keeping has emerged as the second most popular hobby in recent years next to photography. Ornamental fishes are typically small size and colorful and most often bizarrely shaped with appearance. However, these fish are very exciting, visually exciting objects. They may have unique shape, coloration, body forms, and movements. So these are also called the living jewels for their beautiful color and playful behavior. However, these fish need not necessary to always colorful. In fact, certain fish species loved by aquarists are quite ugly, and that means quite ugly in such cases of particular appearance of the source of attraction for the aquarium lovers and naturalists, like as Saka Saka and the we know as the Gongatu, there's a Glossogopias gori, etc., etc. With the inspiring popularity of the aquarium, keeping the household of many parts of the world, ornamental fish have become an important part of the international trade. At present, the global annual turnover of ornamental fish trade is about 10 billion with a great rate of 6% per annum. Although India's contribution to the global ornamental fish trade is weaker at present, but India has a great potential to increase the present level of export to about 150 crore annually. Assam enjoys a favorable tropical climate and diverse landscape with huge resource potential. Assam is blessed with rich fisheries resources in the form of rivers, streams, ponds, bills, floodplain, wetlands, and immeasurable other small water bodies. Assam holds huge diversity of fish having ornamentally importance. The floodplain wetlands, which are locally known as bills in Assam, plays a vital role in the diversity of locally available indigenous ornamental fishes, as bills are biodiversity sensitive and provide necessary ground and ideal habitat for many ornamental and other fishes. In Assam, Sonitpur district, in my concern, contain variety of microhabitats, high diversity of biotic and abiotic components, and suitable climatic conditions have made the district as one of the richest repository of ichthyonal resources, mainly ornamental fishes. The district is enriched with various forms of aquatic resources such as rivers, bills, wetlands, and large areas under rice field culture system, also called the Kheti Pathar. They provide an ideal habitat for many indigenous ornamental fishes. In the present study, an attempt had been made to record the ornamental fish diversity and their conservation and management status of Sunitpur district of Assam. Materials and method. To collect the various data, to capture fishes, investigation are conducted twice in a month from January 2019 to February 2020. Investigation of fish are conducted in 4 selected catchment area with the help of the fishermen during the time of fishing. The selected catchment areas are respectively Jamgurihat, Tobhanga, Sariduar, and Pasmail. And these are the main spots of fish landing area. The market survey was conducted in Manipur morning during 7 to 10 a.m. and evening during 4 to 7 p.m. at the nearest market in the riverside. The collected fish were preserved individually in 4% formaldehyde solution for identification and classification. Literature of Talwar and Jingran, Vishwanath 2000 and Nath and Day 2000 were followed. Result and discussion. The identified species are listed against the concerned other orders and families along with their conservation status, and traits are shown in the table 1 during the present investigation. 49 species belong to 31 genera, 14 families, and 7 orders. And these are the investigation. In my investigation, order Cypriniformis is the most dominating group and represent of 25 species with 51.02% contribution of the total species, and followed by the Perciformis, Sandbranchiformis, Siluriformis, Clupiformis, Beleniformis, Tetraodontiformis, and others. However, the family Cyprinidae is the dominant and gets the list of the 21 species, followed the 4 species of the Belonidae and Chanidae, Bolitoridae, Nanidae, and Chanidae, and remaining 6 species are containing the single species. Present study recorded the presence of 18 vulnerable species. These are the very important point, and 4 near treated species, and 8 least concerned species, and 3 data deficient species, and 13 species were not evaluated. That is very important in our area. And major threat to the ornamental fish resources. I am showing the table, these are the table, the order, family, and scientific name and present status of the fishes. These are the table, and number and percentage composition of the family, genera, species under various orders will be. And due to some major traits, like as overexploitation, fishes are catch in their breeding season, mainly pre-monsoon and post-monsoon. So some measures should be taken at that moment. And then water pollution. Water will be polluted due to the pesticide use in the agricultural field, and other another side is the bombing in the rivers and other areas, bills, etc., etc. And destruction and degradation of habitat is also important traits and invasion of exotic species. There is exotic species like as Japanese kaoi and other species of Thailand mangur is an emphasis that is an exotic species are invasion in our local bills. And next point is the conservation and management strategies for development of ornamental fish resources. It's a restriction of fish activity, fishing activity, restriction of fishing activity. Restriction of fishing activity mainly depend upon it is the fishing activity is at peak during the post-monsoon and continue after the pre-monsoon except close season every year. Since monsoon is breeding season for the most of the fishes, it is advisable to ban fishing of native fishes. This can be achieved by restricting of net size being used by fishermen. Only large-scale nets should be allowed during monsoon, which are useful catch introduced species. Even after monsoon season, the present restriction on minimum net size should be strictly followed so as to catch on table size species. Next, the conservation of breeding ground. The breeding areas in major tributaries and wetlands should be demarcated, and these areas should be kept under continuous surveillance. Fishing activities should be totally restricted in shallow areas during the month of June to September. Next, conserving the native ornamental fish to captive breeding and larval rearing. Captive breeding is a breeding type of breeding in a confined water. In that method, pure larva or fish fry are pure breeds are produced. And next one is a live scene bank for fish breeding. Live scene banks, that means that also the breeding center, proper management and data of indigenous ornamental fish species. And last one is the awareness of awareness camp for fishermen community. In the raising level of the awareness among the fisher community regarding fish diversity and their proper utilization. That are the slides, and these are the numbers of families, genera, and species under the various orders. And come to the conclusion. The integration of all these strategies along with the community participation is the only way for conservation and management of precious and unique indigenous ornamental fish resources of Sonitpur district of Assam. That is, the awareness camp should be regularly organized among the fisher flock in order to educate them. Next, the standardization of breeding techniques for locally available under ornamental fish species. And third one, implementation of various fisheries and forest acts in letter and spirit. Next is the popularization of small wetland fish rearing in seasonal water bodies to loosen the pressure of the wild stock. And last one is the vocational training for ornamental fish farming for self-employment of local youth. Thank you. These are the reference and thank you.
Thank you, Manisha Das, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now we can go for another presentation. So perhaps our discussion will be made at the last. Those who are interested in various issues, they will ask participant accordingly, because I hope that there are diverse type of papers. That's why in pointing to a particular issue that may be raised by the other participants after the conducting all the papers. So I request participants to be very brief by stating their aims and objective first, and the methodology very briefly, and introductory type of things. They need not waste their time, but they should waste their time, and they should utilize their time on discussion, results and discussion. In that aspect, please, participants should look into that. And accordingly, I request now next participant for the presentation.
So, our next participant was Dr. Avik Dasgupta, Assistant Professor of Mankasar College. And his topic was an assessment of deforestation using NDVI in the Sundarban Biosphere Reserve of India from 1975 to 2016. So I request Dr. Avik Dasgupta raise his hand. Dr. Abhishek Dasgupta, sir, is there?
Is he present?
Dr. Abhishek Dasgupta, sir.
Is he present?
Yeah. Abhishek Dasgupta, sir. So I think sir is not in line. So I move to the next presentators. That is recent disaster and management in India with special reference to Assam. Sagorika Paul, Geography Department. Is there? Sagorika Paul. Please, ma'am, raise your hand if you're in line. Sagorika Paul.
She is there. She is there. Yeah,
Okay.
she is there.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes, please continue. Perhaps you have heard these instructions given for the presentation. That is it should be very brief in introduction of your theme. Then tell your aims and objective, methodology very briefly, but concentrate more on results and discussion. Okay.
Okay, carry on, Sagorika Paul.
So, good morning, everyone. So my topic is about recent disasters and management in India with special reference to Assam. So before going towards my main topic, so I would like to speak some few words about environmental degradation. So you all know that it's a process through which natural environment is compromised in some way, reducing biological diversity and the general health of the government. And environmental degradation is one of the 10 threats officially cautioned by the high-level threat panel of the United Nations. And it is the driver and consequence of disasters. And because of this degradation and the associated decline of ecosystems and their vulnerable services are driving disaster risk. So the objective of our paper is to discuss about the disaster and to give a detailed description of some of the recent disasters in India of 2019 and 20, and some recent disasters description of Assam of 2019 and 20, and the management preparedness that the government of India as taken as a whole. My paper is based on secondary data, which is collected from some books, articles from internet, Wikipedia, and from other sources of internet. So before going towards the recent disasters of India and Assam, I would like to speak a few words about disaster. So it is a serious disruption occurring over a long or short period of time that causes widespread human, material, economic, or environmental losses. So disasters can be natural and man-made. Natural can be cyclone, can be tsunami, earthquake, and man-made. We all know that man-made it can be the different types of gas leakage or any warfare causing disaster. So these are natural disaster, meteorological. It can be meteorological related to weather phenomena, topographical related to land, and the environmental. The environmental can be environmental disasters can be created by human activity also, and man-made disasters can be technological, industrial, like the recent bizarre gas tragedy that happened in Visakhapatnam, Bhopal gas tragedy, then even the Baghjan gas tragedy that is going on, and warfare. So impacts of disaster, there are some of the impacts like the like injuries, death, physical disability, loss of livelihood, loss of public infrastructure, and so on. So this is my, so I want to highlight the main points of this paper. So disaster of India according to 2019. So the year 2019 was a year where almost all parts of India suffer a wide range of natural disasters. So I have included some of the disasters. There are many more, but some of these are Bihar heat wave. So it happened during between the May and June month of 2019, where several parts of India endured one of the hottest and longest heat waves in the country's recorded history. The extreme heat took its biggest death toll in the state of Bihar, where it killed 184 people as of June 2019. And the heat wave is also said to have facilitated the outbreak of acute encephalitis syndrome in Bihar, which claimed the lives of many more than 120 children as of June 19, 2019. Then in 2019, Bihar floods. So after the two hot droughts, Bihar found itself with immensely heavy rainfall, which subsequently led to flooding in several parts of the state. As of July 30, 2019, as many as 88.4 lakh people from 13 districts of Bihar were affected, while the death count rose to around 130 people. Then comes the cyclone Fani. Extremely severe cyclonic storm Fani was the first severe storm of 2019, and which hit Orissa with a maximum speed of 209 to 251 km/h, and about 11 lakh people were evacuated from the damage-prone areas, and it caused a lot of damages in the eastern coast of India, particularly in Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, and West Bengal, and also severely affecting Bangladesh. Overall, Fani caused at least death of 89 deaths, 72 in India and 17 in Bangladesh, of which majority of the lives were lost in India, with the state recording a death toll of 64. So now some of the disasters of 2019. Cyclone Amphan, a super cyclone that struck West Bengal, Orissa, and Bangladesh on May 20, 2020, is currently the worst cyclone in India in the 21st century. Almost 5 million or 50 lakh people were left homeless in West Bengal, Orissa, and Bangladesh. And about 1 crore people's lives were disputed by the cyclone. And about 128 people died because of this Amphan cyclone. Next is the locust attack. Swamp of locusts invaded vast stretches of land in India since April 11 this year, affecting several districts of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh. This locust attack has affected about 90,000 hectares of land across 20 districts in Rajasthan, and the favorable rain-bearing winds aided their transport towards India. Next is the bizarre gas leak. This gas tragedy that took place in Visakhapatnam, it killed 11 people and impacting about 1,000 people collapsing to the ground as they tried to escape the toxic vapors of the styrene gas. Then I have written some few lines about the COVID-19 pandemic. So it is not possible to conclude the COVID-19 pandemic effects in one slide, as it is still going on, and it is getting worse by worse day by day. So the COVID-19 pandemic caused by the acute respiratory symptoms coronavirus 2 or SARS-CoV-2 found its first case in India on 30th January 2020. It's confirmed as well as the active and death case are not static, as it is still persisting. Not a single state has been left because of this disease. And even the mostly affected states of India are Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and many more. And Assam has also not been escaped from this virus, with a case more than 2,000. Mostly affected districts are Guwahati, Dibrugarh, and these two districts have been recently declared as the districts where community spread have taken place. And in Guwahati, about 99 containment zones have been declared. So now, disaster in Assam 2019. So Assam flood 2019. About 1.4 million people in Assam have been affected by the floods due to the heavy rainfall across the northeast. And while 3 lives were lost in various parts of the state, many rescue and relief operations were heated by the flood, and many areas were cut off due to flooding. Borpeta was the worstly heated by flood, followed by Dhemaji, according to the Assam State Disaster Management Authority. And about 2,168 villages and 51,752 hectares of agricultural fields have been inundated by torrential rain. Then comes the Assam flood 2020. So about up till now, about 3 lakh people have been affected in 11 districts of Assam. And Gwalpara is the worst hit district with 2.15 lakh people affected, followed by Nalbari with over 22,000 people hit, and Naga with nearly 11,000 persons. At present, 321 villages are underwater, and 2,678 hectares of crops have been damaged. Next, the ongoing disaster that is still going on, that is Bagjan gas tragedy. The 2020 Assam gas and oil leak, also referred as Tinsukia gas leak or Bagjan gas leak, is a petroleum gas and oil leak that happened in Oil India Limited Bagjan oil field operated by John Energy Private Limited in Tinsukia district, Assam, India on 27th May 2020. It has led to the death of 2 firemen and displaced thousands of people. 4 other firefighters escaped with minor injuries, while at least 50,000 houses were reduced to ashes as the fire spread horizontally after the well burst into flames on June 9. There have been reported deaths of several aquatic animals in nearby regions. So now about the management of disasters in India. So India has traditionally vulnerable to natural disaster on account of its unique geoclimatic conditions. So disaster management occupies a very important place in the country. Disaster management in India started to address the issues of early warning, forecasting, and monitoring for various weather-related hazards, which we can see during the Cyclone Amphan and also in Feni. They have warned the people near the coastal areas before the disaster, and they have evacuated most of the people from there. In the context of federal setup of India, the responsibility to formulate the government's response to a natural calamity that of the concerned state government, the state relief commissioner supervises and controls relief operations through collectors or deputy commissioners, who are the main functions to coordinate the relief operation at district level. During the calamities of severe nature, special situation reports are also prepared and issued to all concerned, and it also developed a branch called National Disaster Response Force. Its main task is to provide specialist response in case of disaster. And in regarding Assam, the Assam State Disaster Management also performs various functions like to take up relief, restoration, and reconstruction activities and measures for mitigating damages caused or likely to be caused due to any disaster. So in conclusion, we can say that the government of India and also Assam has been taking fruitful disaster management steps, like we can see that before the cyclone Feni or Amphan, by evacuating number of people at one site, Or we can also give an example of the ongoing pandemic COVID-19, where government has developed different quarantine centers and also doing tests more than 100 a day, 1,000 a day. But still, there is a lagging regarding the management of as the government fails to provide certain preparedness before the disaster like Vizag gas tragedy or the Bagjan gas tragedy, where they could have evacuated the people from there when they have heard that there is a leakage in that place, but they have not done that. But before the disaster was lagging, and which has resulted a great havoc not only to the people but also to the environment too. So the before disaster preparedness management is quite weak and should be developed, and also we the citizens of our country must also develop a sense of awareness among ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for your presentation. So your paper will be discussed at the last stage after all the presentation. So accordingly, you will be answering all the questions from the participants who may raise at the last stage. So next participant.
The next participant is Dipankar Sharma, Assistant Professor of Law, Manipal University, Jaipur. His topic on role of environment laws in disaster mitigation. Dipankar Sharma, Assistant Professor of Law, Manipal University, Jaipur, is here. Please raise your hand. Dipankar Sharma. Dipankar Sharma, Assistant Professor of Law, Manipal University, Jaipur. So are you in line? So I go to the next paper. I think he will come later on again. That is Dr. Ritu Zain. Dr. Ritu Zain, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, National Postgraduate College, Lucknow. She is line. Okay, ma'am. Wait. Ritu Zain. His topic on aquatic life in River Gomti, a case study of Lucknow city. Ma'am, please present your paper.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and participants. Myself, Dr. Ritu Jain, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, National PG College, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. My topic of today's presentation is aquatic life in River Gomti, a case study of Lucknow city. As we all know that water is one of the most essential elements supporting the life of innumerable animals, plants and humans. And we know that water is a renewable resource of water which reduced through hydrological cycle. On Earth, 71% is water, 29% is land. Among 71%, only 1% is available for drinking water. The fresh water is derived from two sources, that is underground and surface water, that is rivers. Rivers are considered as lifeline for all living creatures. All our civilization have thrived along the banks of the river basin as they provide fresh water. Human body accounts 75% muscles are of water and it makes 83% of our blood. But with the rapid development and industrialization, intensive farming, pesticide, household, wastewater, nuclear wastewater, river water has converted into a nala or almost a verge of dying river. Today, with the passage of time, due to population growth, rapid industrialization, excess extraction, poor watershed management, development, rivers are today at a constant danger, which is causing degradation to the aquatic life. The aim of my present topic is to understand the life of aquatic life in River Gomti, and the objective is to study the water quality of River Gomti, evaluate anthropogenic activities, the quality of water in the River Gomti, and understand the effects of human activities on aquatic life, and lastly find valuable suggestions to purify the water so that river could prove once again a bliss for the city of Lucknow. The data source has been taken from two sources, that is primary and secondary. 3 stations were selected, Hanuman Setu, Kukrel Nala and Gomti Barrage, to test the samples of river water. Besides, questions were asked from the fishermen, boatmen, tourists. Interviews were carried at various centers, Turtle Survival Alliance, TSA, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh Fishery Department, Head Office, Lucknow, Ganga Aquarium, Lucknow, Forest Office, Lucknow and Survey, Secondary data was taken from published government reports, related articles, book, published research papers, newspaper reports, and government website, etc. Now, the study area is Lucknow city, which is culturally known for adab and tehzeeb. It is a golden city of East, which retains old word charm. And Lucknow city is the capital of Uttar Pradesh. It is situated on both sides of Gomti River. Basically, Gomti's chief geographical feature, which meanders through the city, dividing into two main zones. There are two main zones. The river flows from the middle of the Lucknow city, and so it is divided into two parts, Trans Gomti and Cis Gomti. Now, the geographical overview of River Gomti. Gomti is also known as Gomti or Gomati. It is a tributary of River Ganga, and according to Hindu mythology, it is the river of daughter of sage Vashisht, and after bathing in it, we can wash away the sin. Gomti River is considered as a lifeline of Lucknow city. It is located in the heart of Lucknow. It is an alluvial soil-based river. It is an underground fed river, an important source of water supply of city Lucknow. It originates from Gomatal, which is formerly known as Fular Jheel near Madhotanda, Pilibhit, India. And it meets at Odiar, Ghazipur district. It extends 900 kilometers throughout Uttar Pradesh. And after meandering 240 kilometers, Gomti enters Lucknow, where it meanders for about 18 kilometers. Now, the purpose of the research is to evaluate the potential impact of human-induced interventions or natural hydrological regimes of Gomti River, due to which Gomti River is facing multiple challenges in Lucknow city. For this, water quality was assessed at three stations, as I told you earlier, at Hanuman Setu, Kukriyal Nala, and Gomti Barrage. Water quality is a complex subject which involves physical, chemical, and hydrological and biological characteristics. Gomti water is mainly used for drinking purpose. Irrigation is also important. So the standards of drinking water quality mainly includes temperature, pH value, dissolved oxygen, BOD, COD, turbidity, hardness, chlorine, total dissolved solid, and coliform. So when the water quality was tested, it was found that pH factor, which is the measure of acidity or alkalinity in the water. So pH value ranges between 0 to 14, and values, when the value is 7, it indicates a neutral solution. But when the value is below 7, it indicates acidic solution. So when test was done, it was found that the pH value was more than 7, which means river water is more alkaline. Then the temperature, we see the temperature, then temperature was measured by using mercury thermometer. The temperature should be 19.2 degrees centigrade to 19.8 degrees centigrade. And the temperature should not exceed 22 degrees centigrade. And it was found that temperature variation was within the normal limits. So the river quality is not affected by thermal pollution. Now, the turbidity is measured by Neflo turbidity meter, and the deterioration in water quality in terms of turbidity is problematic situation in the river. At points S7 and S8, there was a huge variation in turbidity, which represents sewage and sludge disposal, which directly affects the aesthetic appearance and aquatic organisms in the river Gomti. Now, the dissolved oxygen, which is also known as DO, it is very important for the aquatic life. And in the Golaghat, that is the entrance point of the river Gomti, the dissolved oxygen is approximately to the river, to the accountability. But as it reaches to the S6, S7 and S8, it was found that dissolved oxygen was depleting, which means that at cis and trans drains emptying its dirty water into the river round the year. Now, not only this, there is hardness also. Hardness data reveals that there is an abrupt variation in the hardness. Even though minor variation is noticeable in time and space, but at S1 and S8, the higher concentration of hardness was seen, which generally represents that heavy industrial and municipal disposal at these stations. Now, the odor, it is generally collected by direct smelling, and the odor of river water was found odorless at every sampling point, which represents that there is no aesthetic problem regarding the odor of the river water. Now, the biological oxygen demand, it is this demand is when it is increased, that means that the dissolved oxygen is reduced in the water, which is very harmful for the aquatic life. The decomposition of organic matter is largely an anaerobic process, so the demand and requirement of oxygen increases, resulting decrease in the dissolved oxygen, thereby increasing BOD and COD. Detergents used by the washermen leads to increase in phosphate content in the water, causes growth of algae. Algal growth in the water results in lowering of the DO, that is dissolved oxygen, which leads to decomposition of organic matter. The content of BOD increases from Nishatganj drain to Pipraghat due to heavy disposal of industrial waste. Now, the chemical oxygen demand, and there is an increasing trend in chemical oxygen demand due to decomposition of biodegradable and non-biodegradable organic matter, which increases from upstream to downstream. Now, the total dissolved solid, that is TDS, which is composed mainly of carbonate, bicarbonate, chloride, phosphate, nitrate of calcium, magnesium, sodium. Study revealed that there is slightly higher values in post-monsoon season, and which accumulates carbonate, and its concentration is maximum at downstream of Lucknow at the sampling sites, that is S6, S7 and S8. Now, the causes of Gomti River pollution. The main cause of Gomti River pollution is the 33 drains, which carry sewage approx 875 million litre per day into the river, which is 375 million litres on an average in a year. Apart from biodegradable human waste, an estimate 10 metric ton solid waste in the form of construction material, household garbage, and plastic is also fed into the river that chokes the river Gomti. Now, the municipal, this is the list of the 33 drains. Now, second cause is the municipal solid waste. Approximately 1500 million ton of solid waste daily is generated into the river Gomti. Plastic, glass, metals, and paper accounts for less than 15% of total solid waste, and which is non-biodegradable, and which is very harmful for the aquatic life. Now, cremation has been a cultural activities thousands of years of our cultural activity. There are 4 sites in Gomti River where the ashes are dumped into large amount. The components of ash are the bone, enamel, cartilage, traces of dentine. Scanning these components at elemental level provides an insight that they are dominantly composed of carbon dioxide, calcium phosphate, magnesium phosphate, sulfur dioxide, and traces of nitrogen dioxide were also found. And they causes harmful effects not only to the aquatic life but also to the lungs, and it also causes cancers. So it is very harmful, and approximately 5,300 people are cremated every year on an average on only Baikund Dham. Now, the bridges and barrage, they also play a very important role. There is a Gomti barrage, which is used to check the flow of water and is also responsible to reduce the flow of water. So when the water flow is reduced, it causes low impact on dissolved oxygen, which is very harmful for aquatic life. Besides, there are 11 bridges also. They affect fluvial transportation process of the river and during monsoon, and also affects the water quality. Then after 1960 flood, artificial levees were built. On these artificial levees, human settlements, dense human settlements are now found, which are not only causing harm to the river quality, but also modifying the fluvial environment of the Gomti River. Then the ideal disperse in the Gomti River. Due to religious activities, idols, religious waste are directly disposed in the river water, which are mainly made of chemical painted idols, which is very harmful to the aquatic life. Then washing of the clothes. Washermen, as chicken work is very famous in Lucknow, so at Gomti River, washermen generally use chemicals to wash the clothes, which enables growth of algae bacteria and destroys aquatic life. Now, tourism is also very important because after 2007, riverfront was built, which has also destroyed the aquatic life. Now, the impact of pollution. These are the list of different fishes in the Gomti River. The impact of fishes on the Gomti River is that, according to the IITR, that is Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, presence pollutant and hyphenate has led to dip in oxygen. In a clean water, dissolved oxygen should be 12 to 15 parts per million, but in Gomti River, it is very less than 8 ppm, which is very harmful for the river. And due to this, it has led to give birth to new species of fish, and many of fishes are looped. Presently, Gomti River fish diversity is changing, and the freshwater species are endangered. Next is the algae of river water. Algae, it is an indicator of polluted water, and major algae found in Gomti River is phytoplankton and diatoms. Next is the turtle. The Gomti River is the hotspot of turtle diversity, but due to heavy metals and water pollution, the turtles have been extinct, and major turtles are found near Hanuman Setu. Some of the list of the turtles are as follows. Other implications are that due to increase of BOD, that is biological demand of oxygen, fishes are forced to move to other favorable positions, and it decreases the dissolved oxygen also. Serious threat is caused to the habitat of the fishes. Destruction of food supply of the fishes affects reproductive capacity. It also affects the breeding and spawning behavior, which is an outer process of reproduction. Due to heavy exposure, smell is also there, and due to heavy exposure, heavy metal impairs the fish's ability to smell, and due to this, they are not able to locate food and protect itself from the predatory animals and fishes. Less survival of valuable fishes. It also causes disease to the people who eat fish. When a fish feeds in harmful algae, it accumulates in the body, and it carries to the other fishes also. It affects the food chain, causes viral and fungal infection. Animals are also infected who consume the dead fish, affects aesthetic value of the river Gomti, generates foul smell also. Now, the suggestion is, instead of investing money on riverfront, it is very important to conserve river water Gomti, so that it could be seized and converting into nala. Do not discharge untreated sewage and industrial waste. There should be an awareness regarding bathrooms among the people, so that they do not use river banks as an open toilet. There should be ban on disposing the dead bodies and animals and human beings in the river Gomti. Treatment of sewage water and industrial effluent should be done. Water hyphenate can be used to purify the water. We should not take bath and wash clothes in the rivers, as chemical present in the detergent and soap causes harmful effects. Try to reduce increase of metallic content. Do not allow uneaten food to be rotten at the bottom. Strictly follow the Water Pollution Prevention and Control Act of 1974. Besides this, we should there should be an information system regarding local natural resources and biodiversity, industrial abstraction, crop irrigation abstraction, livestock water use, and domestic sewage discharge. Status of soil information should be also provided, fish mortality and conservation measures. There should be phase oral strategy like joint field visit, group approach, use of audio visual aids of mass awareness, holistic approach, monitor, evaluate and learn from the efforts. In school and colleges, it should be mandatory so that students may visit and clean the river water. General solutions, if we will consume less of water, then there will be no problem, because Gomti River water is used a lot for drinking purpose. So in household work also, we can use less of water in washing, and we should reuse the water. We should generally plan the waters during morning and evening, so that less water is evaporated. Drip irrigation should be used. And all of you know that brushing our teeth and all that, we should use, we should close the tap and then use. We should soak stubborn pots, and when doing dishes by hand, do not let the water running. Use a bucket and sponge to clean the car. And when drinking water, try to use whatever the amount of water you want to drink. Don't play with the water. rainwater harvesting should be done. Kitchen garden should be used. Modern techniques like dual flush toilet, which has the half flush for the only liquid waste and full flush for the solid waste. Gray water use, there are two types of water from the house which comes out and which drains into the river Gomti. So gray water is the water which is used, which is coming out from the wash hand basins, shower baths, which can be again reused, but the black water which is used from the toilets cannot be used. So we should convert the gray water for the use. So it is very important to conserve the water. And the present condition of Gomti River is very alarming. Time has arose when every individual has to understand its individual duty. I think so individual duty is very important to save river Gomti and the aquatic life. As we have seen in the pandemic COVID-19, due to the lockdown, the river Gomti has rejuvenating itself. So we can learn a lesson, and after the lockdown is open fully, we should be aware of this so that river Gomti may again revive and it can serve the human beings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rituzin, for your presentation of paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Now I call Prasanna Bora, MPhil scholar, Guwahati University, Guwahati. His paper on flood of Golaghat district, a study at Kumtai Revenue Circle. Prasanna Bora.
Is he present? Prasanna Bora.
Prasanna Bora. Hello, Prasanna Bora. Prasanna Bora is there? Please raise your hand.
I think he's not there.
Prasanna Bora, Prasanna Bora is not there. Amal, you can proceed to another next.
Okay.
Paper presentation.
So the next topic is on impact of flood on the livelihood pattern of the people of riverine area of the Buri Dihing by Himadri Kongs, Pallavi Bora, and Saurabjyoti Kaur, Center for Studies in Geography, Dibrugarh University. Please raise your hand if you are there. Impact of flood on the livelihood pattern of the people of riverine area of the Buri Dihing. This is the topic, and this topic is presented, going to be given by Himadri Kongs, Pallavi Bora, Saurabjyoti Kaur, Center for Studies in Geography, Dibrugarh University. Is there? Please raise your hand if you're there.
I think.
Then I go for the next topic. Then this is recurrent flooding in its consequent environmental degradation evidence from Assam by Purobi Hazarika, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Lakhimpur Commerce College, North Lakhimpur. Purobi Hazarika, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology. Ma'am, if you are here, please raise your hand. Purobi Hazarika, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Lakhimpur Commerce College. So I think they are not in line. Then I go to the next paper. Status of resource management in pre-urban agricultural and analytical study of Calcutta metropolitan area. Shahjahan Majumdar, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Barsat Government College, Barasat. Is there? Shahjahan Majumdar. I think they're not in line. And again, I go for the next paper. Study of fish diversity of fresh water, Manoli Dam, Tal Sorud district, Kolhapur, by Dr. Kambli N.K., Department of Zoology, Maharashtra. Dr. Kambli N.K. Dr. Kambli N.K., Department of Zoology. Then I can proceed to the next paper. Yeah. Then again, going to proceed to the next paper. Trips from open cast mining of coal in the Patkai region. Some observations by Mr. Sumanto Rajbansi. Mr. Sumanto Rajbansi, Assistant Professor English, and Ms. Rupa Kolita, Assistant Professor Botany from Jamurighat College, Sonitpur, Assam. So these are the participants. So anybody is there, please raise your hand.
Sumanto Rajbansi has raised
Sumanto Rajbansi. I've seen Sumanto Rajbansi. Sumanto
Yes,
Rajbansi.
I'm a bit late, sir, for
Hello?
Yes, he can proceed.
Sumanto Rajbansi.
Yes, sir.
You can proceed your paper.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my videos. Just a minute.
Okay.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible,
Yeah,
sir?
yeah.
Yes, yes. Yes, you
Namaskar
can
to all.
audible.
Yes, yes. Namaskar to all who share this virtual platform. I'm Sumanto Rajbansi from Tiagbir Hemborough College. I have written this paper on threats from open cast mining of coal in the Patkai region. Some observations along with my colleague, Mrs. Rupa Kolita from the Department of Botany. In this paper, that I try to throw light on the devastation caused by the coal mining that is being carried out along the Patkai region, the Patkai range for more than 100 years. So recently, Assam has demonstrated vehement protest for saving Dihing Patkai's biodiversity and to stop the soil project at Saleki. That, however, the issue is beyond the contested side. But as we know, that for more than a century, the coal mining activities are going on in the greater Patkai region, posing threat to the sensitive ecology of the area and human life. So this is our humble attempt in this paper to offer the glimpse of the devastation that have been caused by the coal mining activities along the Patkai range. For our discussion, we have collected information from books, journals, and web portals. And so we know the coal mining and its impacts on the environment. And then coal mining is one of the core industries that contribute a lot towards the economic development of India. But we can't ignore the overlook the devastations, irreparable damage that has been done to our environment, our ecosystem by the open cast mining of coal. Then mining operations worldwide, they has adverse the environmental impact. And that has been acknowledged by the scientists, different commissions that are looking into the such the things that are happening across the world and happening along with the rest of the world in the Assam, especially in Dibrugarh and Tinsukia district. The open cast mining of coal involves the removal of surface the vegetation, removal of coal overburdens, the quarrying, transport of coal, discharge of mine water leading to change of habitation pattern, alteration of soil, air, and water quality. In its report in 1985, the UNESCO observed that the unscientific mining of minerals poses a severe threat to the environment, resulting in the reduction of forest cover, erosion of soil in a greater scale, the pollution of air, the water, and land, and reduction in biodiversity. From an environmental point of view, the coal mining has a number of adverse environmental consequences. For example, soil erosion, as we have mentioned above, acid mine drainage, and increased sediment load as a result of abandoned and unclaimed mine land. And besides this, that the coal, now we go to the next slide. That coal mining in the Upper Assam, especially I have told you that I am trying to focus on the coal mining activities which are being carried out along the Patkai range. So the coal mining has been the primary activity, as you know, that of the region of Dibrugarh and Tinsukia after oil and tea since the imperial onset. After independence, the destruction continued as Upper Assam became a hub of timber, tea, coal, and oil. Now, from 1883 till 1973, the coal was extracted by the UK-based Assam Railways and Trading Company, and in 1973 only, the industry was nationalized. And we are now focusing on the Dihing Patkai and the rainforest, and we are registering our protest against the expansion of coal mining activities in and around Dihing Patkai rainforest. But most of us are unaware, unfortunately, unaware of this fact that coal mining activities are being carried out along the Patkai range since 1883. And only in 1973, the company was nationalized, and it was the activities were handed over to an Indian-based company, the Coal India Limited. And on behalf of Coal India Limited, Northeastern Coalfields, and took over the mines. And in 1985, NEC switched from underground mining to open cast mining, despite protests from the people of the locality and the State Environment Ministry. Open cast mines are cheaper to run. It is for this reason that the Coal India Limited switched over to open cast mining from the extraction of the coal by means of some other methods, which were adopted by the British company. But in 1985, the company, the Coal India Limited, switched over to open cast mining because it is cheaper to run and it has the fewer accidents and yield more than the underground mines. But they destroy the environment, leaving large scars instead of the fertile fields and forests. Neighboring areas are also polluted with vast quantities of overburden. Later, these are dumped on low-lying cultivable lands or on the hill slopes. The overburden gets washed away with rains, join streams and channels, and ends up at the rivers, causing severe water pollution. Discharge of the acidic effluents from excavated pits damage the water sources, while the coal particles rendered large farming areas unproductive. Then adverse impacts of coal mining observed. In Assam, coal mining is principally confined in the Lidu Margherita area of Tinsukia district of Upper Assam. The coal fields in this area are situated along the outermost flank of the Patkai range. Open cast mining in this area presently is going on in 3 sites, the Lidu, Tirap, and Tikok. We are debating much over now the Dihing Patkai PRF. But as per reports, illegal coal mining is going on at areas that fall under Digboi, the forest division of Tinsukia district, causing irreparable damage to the environment. Some of the serious and devastating impacts of mining, as we observe, that there is the heavy deforestation going on in the reserves. As per sources of the NEC, the thousands of trees have been planted to repair the environment, to preserve the environment, but the survival rate of the saplings is less than 40% in the absence of topsoil and the presence of high sulfur content. Then coal discharge is directly thrown. The coal discharge is directly thrown into the nearby field, which passes through the villages. The toxic coal waste flows through the villages in Lidu and then falls into the Dihing River. No aquatic animals can survive in these waters. The soil in and around the open cast mines is found to have the pH level alarmingly high. In areas as far as 5.5, kilometer from the mine, the pH was found to be 2.98. In other nearby areas, the pH level ranged between 1.96 and 8.13. According to the Agriculture Department, that over hundreds of hectares of land have been affected, some of which have been turned into wasteland due to deposition of coal particles. Production has declined sharply. That as per reports, the health condition then in Margarita and has also reached an alarming state with cases of tuberculosis, TB, the liver cirrhosis, allergy and asthma on the rise. The most alarming is perhaps the sharp rise in the cases of tuberculosis, both among mine workers and the general public. Then after this, the information and analysis, that I come to the conclusion that there are claims that open cast mining is globally accepted, but guidelines to be followed strictly. It is the globally accepted activity that we can't ignore it, that we can't stop extracting coal in the present context for growing demand of coal. And so we can't stop, and so many millions of and thousands of people are being involved in the coal mining activities. It has become, coal mining activities have become an occupation for many of the people of Assam even. So we can't stop extracting coal in the present context, and besides for growing demand of coal, but such activities to be carried out with adequate measures so that minimum damage is done to the environment. The Assam Pollution Control Board also observed in 2006 that the acidic mine waters that required immediate treatment, huge overburdens were dumped carelessly, the coal yard was not maintained properly, the water from the mine was polluting the water bodies and paddy fields. But Northeast Coalfields paid no attention to its recommendations. Many recommendations were made by the Pollution Control Board and served notice to the Coal India Authority, but the authority paid no attention to the recommendations made by Pollution Control Board of Assam. As per reports, NEC is planning to expand its business and start more open cast mine in view of growing demand for coal. So it is imperative, it is necessary to introduce stringent environment laws to stop further degradation of our environment. Besides, the regular monitoring and analysis of the impact of the mining activities on soil, air, and water is very essential for adopting and implementing the proper environmental management. So we can't stop it, or we may not be able to stop it for the rising demand of the coal. But such the measures to be taken, and government must monitor the activities of the mining authority. So we must compel the government and the authorities. The mining authorities must pay attention to the government instructions and recommendations made by different agencies and commissions and board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sumanta Rajbansi, for your paper. Now I'll call Prasanna Bora. His topic on flood of Golaghat district, a study of Kumtai revenue circle. Prasanna Bora.
Is he present?
Yes, he is present. Prasanna Bora. Hello. Hello, Prasanna Bora. Hello. Sir, I think he has left it from this group.
Oh, he is not online now, I think.
He's not in line now. Now again, I repeated the topic. If anybody is there, please raise your hand.
Yes, those who are online and they can raise their hand so that the moderator can understand that they are present.
Amal, can you hear me? Prasanna Bora is there. Please unmute yourself. I can locate him in the list. Prasanna Bora.
Yes, I have already unmuted him, but he's there. Prasanna Bora, have you heard my voice?
Yes.
Okay.
Prasanna Bora, please unmute yourself. Okay. Proceed, please.
Yes, you can proceed. Have you got presentation?
Yeah.
Yes, he's sharing his screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. And today's my seminar topic is flood of Golaghat district, a study at Gomti circles.
Yes, proceed.
Before we discuss the main topic,
Prasanna Barua, are you hearing me?
Hello.
Hello, Prasanna Barua. Please present your paper.
adjacent to the river, where is the least number of population is an active floodplain. The damage caused by the flood is minimal. Every year, flood of different magnitude occur in some part of the India. India has been divided into following 4 regions for study of floods, such as Brahmaputra, Ganga region, and the North-West River regions, and Central India and Deccan regions. As flood is a recurrent phenomenon in India, cause huge damage of properties, agricultural fields, households in greater extent, loss of livestock, death of people, etc. According to the United Nations International Strategy for Disaster Reduction Report 2015, out of the average annual loss of 9.8 billion USD in India, about 7.4 billion USD are accounted by the damage caused by floods. Out of the total geographical area of 7.84 million hectares, about 3.15 million hectares of land, which is 40.18% is liable to floods. This is 9.4% of the total flood prone areas in India. Flood is quite common in Gomti revenue circles of Golaghat district of Assam. Now, my objective are to study the flood havoc of the study area and to highlight the coping strategy and flood management of the study area. Now, I'm going to discuss about some description about the study area. Golaghat district is situated between 26°41' north and 27°70' north latitude and 93°25' to 5°26' east longitude. The district is surrounded by river Brahmaputra in north and the Nagaland in south, and the east boundary of this district is determined by the Kakodama River and the flows between Golaghat and Jorhat district and other 2 districts touching its border, Karbi Anglong and Nagaon district to the west. The population of this district is about 10,66,888 as per census of 2011. The density of the population of this district is 305 persons per square kilometer with an area of 3,502 square kilometer. Golaghat district occupies 7th position among the district of Assam. The district has 4 subdivisions, namely Golaghat subdivision, Golaghat subdivision, and Dhansi subdivisions. The Golaghat district is constituted by 6 revenue circles, namely Golaghat, Gomti, Golaghat, Morangi, Dergaon, and Sorpatha revenue circles with 1,032 numbers of inhabited labor. And now, Gomti revenue circles lies between 26°47' 49" north and 26 degree 31 minute 12 second north latitude and 93 degree 44 minute 45 second east longitude and 93 degree 55 minute 29 degree east longitude. This study area is situated in the northern part of the Golaghat district and surrounded by the river Brahmaputra in north and the Degradation revenue circle in the east and Bukakhat revenue circle in the west and Morongi and Golaghat revenue circle in the south. The area of the Gomti revenue circle is about 265.69 square kilometer, which is 7.5% of the total district geographical area. The population of the revenue circle is 85,835 persons as per Census of India report 2011. And this is the study area map. The river Brahmaputra is flowing the northern part. And database and methodology. And this study was based on the secondary data, and the secondary data have been collected from Revenue Circles Office, District Disaster Management Authority, Golaghat Census of India 2011 report, Golaghat Census Handbook, Net Free Data Bank, research paper and articles, MPhil and PhD thesis. The base map for this study have been generated by taking reference from Google Earth imaging, image in QGIS 3.8 environment, and collected data have been processed systematically with the help of statistical software like MS Excel. Resulting discussion. Golaghat district of Assam is very prone to flood with prominent bankline erosions. It results in erosion of precious topsoils and wiping out the embankment. The river Brahmaputra, Dhansiri, Kakotunga, Hiladari, and Galabil have been considered responsible for flood in the Golaghat district, and high intensity of rainfall with average and annual monsoon rainfall of 1,158 millimeter triggered the flood havoc. And this table shows the revenue cycles where number of flood affected villages and households and populations. Here, Golaghat revenue cycles, the number of flood affected villages is 35 and number of households is 3,328. And number of populations affected by flood in Golaghat revenue cycles is 25,300. And Gomti revenue cycles is 31. And number of households affected by floods in Gomti revenue cycles 4,577. And number of populations affected by flood in Gomti revenue cycles 26,642. And Sorposa revenue cycles in Sorposa revenue cycles, the number of affected villages is 17 and number of households is 684, and number of population affected by flood in Sorposa revenue cycles is 3,080. In Bukakhat revenue cycles, number of flood affected villages is 72 and number of households is 11,346 and number of population affected by flood in Bukakhat revenue circles is 50,131. And Morongi revenue circles, it is 27 and number of households is 1,800 and number of populations affected by flood is 8,085. And like other 5 revenue cycles of Golaghat district, Gomti revenue cycles also experience heavy flood and erosions. Other associated problems like siltation, soil, loss of fertile soils, etc. Due to its unique settings and very flat surface characteristics, the Gomti revenue cycles is consisted of 69 villages, and almost half of these villages are very badly affected by flood. And this study area is faced with very high intensity of flood every year. And as per our district disaster management plan 2015 to 16, Golaghat, the total probable affected population is 26,642, and out of which 83.83% is more vulnerable to flood, and only 16.06% is vulnerable to flood of Gomti revenue circles. And the flood is mostly occurred in this revenue cycles occur during the April to October month. And this table shows the recurrent flood with high intensity, and which is first number of places 32,000 in 2012, 30 places affected, and total crop area affected by flood in hectares. So in hectares, 1,888.4 hectares, and total population affected in 2012, 29,720, and number of death toll not available, data is not available, and total so on. And coping strategy and flood management of this area. Gomti revenue cycle is highly vulnerable to the flood management strategy. The government of Assam has taken up a number of flood measures, such as some construction measures like construction of embankment along the bank of River Brahmaputra, and non-constructional measures. Though flood caused the loss of properties and lives, local people's indigenous coping strategies significantly reduce the vulnerability of disasters. And in the study area, village dwellers adopt some techniques so that they can minimize the flood vulnerability. The villagers residing near the bank of river, the most of the houses are built above from the possible flood level. Construction of raised platform for livestock, installation of third wall by bamboo on the sides of the river, and changing crop calendar. Now, there's some photographs with cultivation method for after flood. They can adopt this type of techniques. Conclusion: from the study, it is seen that flood is very common in Golaghat district of Assam and creates problem among the dwellers. And we should give more emphasis on the research of flood and its impact on dwellers at micro level, so that some remedial measures can be taken to overcome this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasanna Bora. Now again, I repeated the topic and the presenter's name, those who have not presented their paper till now. First one is assessment of deforestation using NDVI in the Sundarbans Biosphere Reserve of India from 1975 to 2016 by Dr. Avik Dasgupta, Assistant Professor, Mankar College. If he's here, please raise your hand. If you are in here, please raise your hand. Again, I'm repeating the topic, assessment of deforestation using NDVI in the Sundarbans Biosphere Reserve of India from 1975 to 2006 by Dr. Avik Dasgupta, Assistant Professor, Mankar College. Then second topic is, and we can go to the next topic then, role of environmental law in disaster mitigation by Dipankar Sharma, Assistant Professor of Law, Manipal University, Jaipur. Again, I'm repeating the topic, role of environmental law in disaster mitigation by Dipankar Sharma. So if you hear, please raise your hand. So these are the, I'm repeating the names again, Dipankar Sharma. The next is impact of flood on the livelihood pattern of the people of riverine area of the Buri Dihing by the Himadri Kons, Pallavi Bara, then Saurabjyoti Kaur, Center for Studies in Geography, Dibrugarh University. The next one is recurrent flooding and its consequent environmental degradation, evidence from Assam by Purabi Hazarika, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Lakhimpur Commerce College. Purabi Hazarika, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Lakhimpur College. Then I go to the next topic. Status of resource management in pre-urban agriculture, an analytical study of Calcutta metropolitan area by Sarvana Majumdar, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography. Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Barshad Government College. Is there? Then last one is study of the fish diversity of freshwater Mongoli Dam by Dr. Campbell, N.K. Campbell. Dr. Comley, not Campbell, it's Comley. Oh, sorry for the mistake. Dr. Comley N.K., Department of Zoology. Is there? Please raise your hand. Is anybody in this here presenters? Please raise your hand. Otherwise, we are going to discuss on this paper and conclude our decision.
So I think there are none to present in this. Nobody has
Nobody is coming now till now. Nobody has been seen.
So can we start now this discussion session?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
So far we have seen in this session that 5 papers were presented, firstly by Monisha Das. So if there is anyone to ask questions to her regarding conservation and management of ornamental fish in Sonitpur district, if any participant is interested to ask her questions, so they can raise their hand so that they will be unmuted, and I request moderators to unmute respective presenters, Monisha Das, then Sagorika Pal, Ritu Jain, then Sumanta Rajbangshi and Prasanna Bora. And those who are asking questions to these presenters, they can raise their hands. The second one, disaster in India and its management, it was presented by Sagorika Pal. So is there anybody to ask her questions? Please raise your hands.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, yes, you can
Sir,
ask.
actually, I don't have. Sir, actually, I don't have questions to ask, but on morning session,
Yes.
individual suggestions must be given to the paper presenters because it was not given at that time. Individual suggestions.
Okay. That I will try. So that is your request now.
Yes, sir.
That I will
Of the
try.
morning session presenters.
Is there anybody to ask questions to Ritu Jain, Dr. Ritu Jain, on her water quality of Gomti in Lucknow? Is there someone to raise questions on her paper? Please raise your hands. The next presenter was Sumanta Rajbangshi on his paper on threats from open cast mining. Is there someone to ask questions to him? Then the last one, flood in Golaghat district, its havoc and to how to cope up with flood. This paper was presented by Prasanna Bora. So if there are none to ask, then I'll try to comment in general regarding the presentation. So in this session, we are having very diverse disciplines to discuss various topics of equal diversity, and we have seen most of the papers are aware of interdisciplinary in nature. So this is quite encouraging. So they have tried to integrate knowledge from various perspectives, various viewpoints in their respective disciplines. This is one of the remarkable observations that I have seen within the various papers here, which are presented. Then, quite conforming to the theme, like environmental degradation and disaster management, the papers were there here. Floods and its management, threats of open cast mining, and water quality, disaster, all are quite relevant to the theme, but main problem here is to organize the topic and as well as their aims and objectives properly and present it scientifically. That what I have observed in few papers, but most of the papers I have seen, they have tried to organize and present, and they are coping up with a new technology of sharing uh, their desktop or presentation online to the viewers, but uh, response from the viewers here I find quite few regarding asking questions and all this, because to switch over from one online participant to another participant is also a difficult one. That is why there is another problem here. Uh, the study of disasters and the environmental degradation using various perspective, that is from arts background or science background, the people have the participant has attempted, and knowledge they have acquired either from secondary sources or from primary fields, they have tried to accumulate and present, but only thing in certain cases their results and discussions should come quite in the form of some conclusive remarks, maybe bold-faced and very nicely pointed in the form of presentation, PPT, as well as graphs, charts, and map. But those people, those who are not even accustomed with maps, they should try to incorporate this sort of things, which are nowadays available through that can be made through geoinformatics tools with a little effort. If they can devote their time, they can incorporate those maps and graphics. There are so many graphic software which are available to prepare their graph very nicely in MS Office bundle. You are having MS Excel and many other graphic preparation software, quantitative tools. That means methodology. If you are using quantitative tools, you will have to be very specified that I've used this methodology using so and so technique very specifically. They will have to be they will have to specify in their research work, and those who are using qualitative techniques, they should be able to at least refer some of the literatures, those which are they have consulted or they have gone through, and the technique of interview or collection of data, these kind of things they should come across in their discussion, and while organizing the papers right from, as I have said, the aims and objective, then your methodology very briefly, and specify the methodology, preferably show the flow chart or schematic diagram. In that way, those they may be using qualitative technique also. They can just show the flow chart or schematic diagram, that is how your information is integrated scientifically in the form of a graphical model. In the form of a graphical model that should be that should be attempted, and accordingly your presentation will be very attractive, and as well as very much useful. Those who are other participants and you are communicating those things with these tools. So here, language and grammar, all these things that must have to be also taken into consideration. So a good effort I have seen here that one faculty member of English, that is Sumanto Rajbangshi, and another faculty member of botany. They have Rupa Kolida, that is from one of the college here. They have attempted very nicely. One faculty from arts, another faculty from science, and very nicely they have organized the knowledge of botany regarding what is their paper here regarding this Sumanto and Sumanto and Sumanto and Rupa Kolida, threats on open cast mining. So, while studying such topic, actually, very good presentation has been made by Sumant Rajbangshi and descriptively described all those what is happening and what is the outcome, result out of this open cast mining, what is the impact. They have described beautifully using qualitative technique, but so many there were possibility to give those things in the form of graphics and charts regarding the data that they have collected from the field, either from secondary source or primary source. That is one of the important aspects which are lacking in most of the papers. Those which I have seen here in the form of presentation PPTs that has been shown here, but few could not show it because of technical grounds, technical problems, or other problems. That is another issue here. Still, what I have seen, there is a very encouraging thing is that people are involved in understanding the disaster which we are facing, and during this disaster, we are conducting the sessions in this way, and accordingly, it has been successful session. So here, someone is sharing screen here. Someone is sharing screen here. Am I audible? Hello?
Audible, sir. Sir, you are audible.
Yes. So I think participants and as well as presenters will take note of these things, and accordingly they will be very much successful in handling the data and the problems and to organize their research. So it should not be just like general article, but it should have some scientific flavor with all those methodology that I have emphasized here to integrate the knowledge very scientifically, and they should try to publish their work in scientific journals where these things are given very much due importance, and they may be asked to revise their work frequently also. So thank you very much, all the participants that you have participated from all different parts of the country, across the country they have participated. It is a very good sign, and they have made their effort to present as good as possible with their effort. So I congratulate them for their participation, and I thank the authority, that is organizers and the collaborators, for giving this platform to share knowledge and their experience from various parts of the country among the among the researchers and new researchers of various disciplines. Uh, they have given a very good platform. So their efforts are highly appreciated and lauded. So I thank the organizers and the collaborators for giving me this opportunity also to share my just the impression what I have got from these few presentations in this session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before coming to end of the fourth technical session, I am thankful to each and every presenters for participation and in this webinar in the time of COVID-19. And I also thank to the Ryan Sethi sir for his valuable suggestion to our presenters. And so in this, we have come to end our fourth technical session. Now I proceed to Dr. Rana Bora to continue this webinar.
I think there is another session.
Yes, the fourth session is there. Fifth session is there.
Fourth. Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
So let us see what happens in fourth session.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sethi sir, for sharing your valuable time with us and also putting valuable comments to our paper presenters. I think it will be very much beneficial for them for their future research and study. It will help a lot for their career. And thank you very much, sir, again. And also like to thank our Amal Jyoti Singh, sir, for moderating the session. Two sessions actually, and also I like to thank Devajit Dwara sir for moderating their sessions, and I like to thank all the paper presenters and participants for viewing this online webinar. Thank you all the dignitaries. Thank you, sir. So I would like to request sir stay online for some time. There may be some technical problems. I have seen the Tariq Siddiqui sir on screen. I would like to request him to for next session. So I'd like to request Sethi sir and Meenakshi Fukan Hazarika ma'am also to stay online. If there will be any technical problem, I will request you to conduct the next portion of the session. If you have any okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Now I would like to request our Tariq Siddiqui sir.
Yes, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, it is. Now it is audible.
Okay, I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, no problem, sir. Maybe technical problem only. No problem, sir. Okay, sir. Sir is from already introduced by our Amal Singh sir. He's from Aligarh Muslim University, Department of Geology. Very young and energetic man, and he's doing an river management in geology. Mainly he's from geology background. He's also doing in river management and other technical side. He is also a very good brilliant academic career. Please, sir, proceed, sir, please.
So should I share my screen?
Yes, yes, sir.
So it is visible to you? Dr. Rana, can you see my screen?
Yes,
sir, it is, yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. First of all, I am thankful to Dr. Rana and all organizers for organizing such a wonderful webinar. And sorry from my side that I could not join on time due to some technical problems. So today I am going to highlight briefly on rock slope engineering practices with a special emphasis on slope stability analysis of road cut slopes. So among natural disasters, landslides are the serious problem, particularly in the Himalayan region. So I will be focusing on landslides, particularly along the road cut slopes. So in orogenic belts like Himalayas, it is well known that there are large number of exogenic and endogenic factors that are causing slope destabilization, and among them new tectonism, frequent seismicity, adverse geological conditions, geomorphology, meteorological factors, etc. These are some natural factors, and apart from these there are many anthropogenic factors like urbanization, demand for large engineering projects like dam, tunnels. So all these are causing slope destabilization problems in the Himalayan region. So according to the stats, there is a study conducted on the global landslide events from 2004 to 16. So in this study, this Proud and Petley in 2018, this study was published in Natural Hazards and Earth System Sciences Journal. So you can see among all the countries, our country, our India, are having large number of landslides from 2004 to 16. And in the above figure, you can see most of the landslides are concentrated in the Himalayan belt and some are on the Western Ghats. Now, from the same study, India stands among the highest in the number of landslide events. Then number of landslide events that are related to the illegal hill cutting and the landslides that are related to the construction works. In that category also we are experiencing large number of landslides. Similarly, all mining, some landslides related to mining activity. So these are contours, they are showing that our country is experiencing large number of landslide events. And according to their study, 20%, 28% are related to construction activities and 12% are related to the illegal mining related. And according to NDMA, 15% of the area is affected by the landslides. So this is the general background that researchers from our nation should focus on the landslide events, slope stabilization activities. So basically, what is landslide? It is a downward and outward motion of slope forming material that can be rock, that can be weathered material, that can be soil, debris or artificial dumps by falling, sliding, flowing at different rates. So any downward and outward movement of slope material, this is landslide, and it may include rock, soil or debris, and this will move by falling, sliding and flowing. These are the different types of movements by which the landslide will occur, and the rates may be fast or slow. For example, in rockfall events, the rate will be very fast, maybe microseconds, and in flow type of movement, this movement can be slow. And there is another category that is creep, that is imperceptibly very slow movement. So, and basically these landslides are primarily influenced by the gravity. So gravity is the major force that initiate the landslides. Apart from gravity, there are many factors like rainfall, seismic activity. All these activities, they trigger the landslide events. And this is, as I talking about, the landslides may be slow, may be fast. So this diagram will show on from slow to fast. So creep is the very slow movement in which only you cannot directly, you cannot see the actual movement that is happening. So the tilting of trees, bending of the electricity poles, these are the indications of creep movement. These are very imperceptibly very slow, cannot be seen by the naked eyes. Then rock slides to mud flows. This will depend upon the water content. The water content will be more in mud flows and will almost dry to the rock slides. Rock slides are very fast as compared to the mud flows. Then you can categorize the causes into geological, geomorphological, weather and climate, anthropogenic factors. These are some broad causes. For example, in geological causes, weak and sensitive materials, weathered materials, this can be one of the cause. Highly discontinuous, sheared, fractured materials, adversely oriented joints, contrast in permeability, volcanic eruptions, poor or adverse geomechanical characteristics of rock and soil, forming slope material. Poor or adverse geomechanical characteristics like compressive strength, Poisson ratio, density, all these are the geomechanical characteristics. So all these are some geological causes. Then among geomorphological, fluvial, wave or glacial erosion at the toe of the slope or at the lateral margins, deposition near crown or unloading at toe region of the slope, topography. Then some factors related to the weather and climate, heavy rainfall, freeze and thaw cycle, frost wedging, dry and wet cycles, cloud burst, loud claps of thunder. These are something related with the weather and climate. Then some anthropogenic factors, excavation at the toe portion of the slope. Toe portion means at the bottom part. Then loading of the crown portion is head of the slope. Then deforestation. Deforestation, there is a strict, because there is in deforestation, what's the case? Sometimes deforestation is good to enhance the stability, and sometimes it will degrade the stability of slopes. This will depend upon the type of slope. For example, in rock slopes, if we are having large trees that are having big roots, so when the trees will grow, the roots will expand. So in due to expansion, in cause of expansion of those roots, though the joints in the rocks will widen, and that will cause instability. But while in case of soil or debris type of slopes, these trees will enhance the stability because that will hold the soil particles. So deforestation is not always adverse. Sometimes this will depend upon the condition, means type of slope, whether it is rock slopes and the roots are growing along the joints. In excessive irrigation also cause slope destabilization. Mining activities, there are many landslides in the mines also, open cast mines as well as underground mines. Then artificial vibrations induced during excavation for the road widening projects. Then water leakage from the utilities. All these are the anthropogenic factors. So this is some years back a view from the Kedarnath Valley. This is a holy temple of Kedarnath in the Uttarakhand. So there was a massive devastation in 2013 that claimed more than almost 4,000 lives, and many lives were lost. There was immense loss to the infrastructure, and that was caused due to the very heavy rainfall in the Kedarnath Valley. There are the two glaciers you can see, Champion and Chorabari Glacier. This is pre and post hazard image of the region. So in this event, probably on 16th to 17th June of 2013, there was a heavy rainfall that occurred in that region with the cloud burst, and the rainfall was so intense, it was more than 400% more as the normal rainfall in that region. So you can see the shifting of glaciers in pre and post images. So you can see this one, this glacier, Chorabari and Champion Glacier, they shifted to the downstream, and that caused immense flash flood and consequently landslides in the Mandakini River and the Mandakini Valley and the adjacent region. You can see this is one of the photographs during that disaster. The heavy rainfall caused flash floods, and consequently the landslide, the roads were washed. So that was a very severe disaster. Now this is all about the background. Now this is something very basic about the slope stability analysis. There's a term factor of safety. Factor of safety is a numerical number that will tell whether this slope is unstable or stable. So it will depend upon two forces, resistive and driving forces. So there are many resistive forces. They act in opposite direction of the motion, and this depends upon the shear strength of that material, that is cohesion and angle of internal friction. Then driving forces that act in the direction of motion. They promote downslope movement, and gravity is the main factor, but not only gravity, there are many: slope angle, climate, weathering, water, erosion, increase in pore pressure. All these factors, they are contribute to the driving forces. So factor of safety is basically the ratio of resistive or by divided by the driving forces. So there are many methods to calculate this factor of safety. If factor of safety is greater than 1, the slope is stable. If the factor of safety is less than 1, the slope will be unstable. Then one is the marginal value. This is also very important. Suppose if we are having a factor of safety 1.1. So in a static condition, 1.1 is stable, but suppose we are experiencing a seismic event in that area. So now that dynamic factor will increase the driving forces. So generally we do not consider one as stable. Considering the consequences of life and economic category, we consider these different categories listed by the Geotechnical Engineering Office in the Hong Kong. So in common practice, whenever we see the factor of safety term, so we consider 1.3 as a you can say the boundary between stable and unstable slope. Greater than 1.3 will be stable and less than 1.3 will be unstable. Then what type of studies we should conduct for the landslide? There are many approaches. One may approach what type of disaster, what is the economic loss, in which area we got the maximum loss. Then some people do apply remote sensing and GIS techniques to categorize into different zones. And some hardcore geotechnical engineers, they went to the field, they work on a site specific problem. So for that purposes, there are different, some use sensor based techniques. So all these are different approaches are used. Some use real-time monitoring by applying sensors. So which method? There are large number of methods which can be applied. For the initial stages, I suggest they are very rock mass classification techniques like rock mass rating, RMR, slope mass rating, Q slope method, GSI, slope stability rating, SSR. So all these rock mass classification systems can be applied. For example, for RMR, there are 6 parameters: UCS, RQD, spacing, joint spacing, groundwater conditions. All these parameters are taken and we give different weightage. For example, if we say whether the rainfall will occur or not. So the occurrence of rainfall will depend upon large number of factors, shifting of low pressure and high pressure belt. But each factor will be not be having equal amount of contribution in occurrence of rainfall. So we give different weightage to the parameters, and accordingly we rate according to the value. For example, if we are having strength as 50 megapascal and another rock having the strength 70 megapascal, so there will be category, we will give rating. So there is a complete chart for this. If your value are having in this range, then you give this rating. So then kinematic analysis, this analyze the structurally controlled failures. This is applied in the rock slopes in which we are having joints that are adversely oriented. So we apply kinematic analysis by the help of a steering unit. I will show you this one example of this kinematic analysis in the further slides. Then the numerical simulation. In numerical simulation, this is a slightly advanced technique as compared to these rock mass classification. These are conventional tools. In numerical simulation, what we do, we record the geometry of the slope. We record the geometry of the slope by using total station, or we can also use satellite images having good spatial resolution. Then there are softwares in which we import the geometry of the slope. Then we take samples. We measure the compressive strength. We measure the density of the rock. We measure the roughness along joints. Basically, the mechanical parameters. Then we give those mechanical parameters in the software, and that will give you the safety factor values, how the movement may occur, along which zone the movement will occur. So basically, its numerical simulation is like, just for example, if we consider we take water in a tub bath and we put a boat. Okay, so the representation of that tub and that boat is a model. Then suppose we try to give some movement in that water. So when we will move that water, then what will happen? That boat may slightly float on that water. So same is the basic principle with the numerical simulation. You prepare a model, you give the mechanical input, you give the mechanical properties, then how that system or that slope will behave. So that is numerical simulation. So this is about the jointed rock mass. Then for debris or soil slopes, there are different techniques like circular failure charts and the limit equilibrium methods. As I said, this is a very common, as all of you may not be having geological or geotechnical background. So I picked only a very basic topic from that. Kinematic analysis. So it analyzes only geometry of motion irrespective to its cause. And there are three types of structurally controlled failures. Means those failures that are controlled by their structure. Structures, that means that the joints, the failure will occur along the joints. And there are three different modes: planar, toppling, and wedge. And in the next view, you can see here, first of all, see the top model. They are toppling, planar, and wedge failure. So in the toppling failure, what will happen? If the joints are dipping into the slope and they are very steep, dipping into the slope and very steep. So the toppling failure may occur from the top, and individual blocks may fall like this. And from the real example I have shown you, this is the view field photograph of along NH58 near Rishikesh. So you can see here some blocks have failed and this slope is liable to fail. The next category is the planar failure, in which the joint is dipping in the same direction as the slope is inclined. And in this, you can see these joints are, so this is the planar failure. This is also called daylighting conditions. Then in wedge failure, there will be two joints that will intersect in such a way that the line found by the intersection of those joints that will plunge in the same direction as the slope is dipping. So to analyze this, we can use this stereo net. Some of you might be familiar with these circular diagrams. So this is basically just to show the orientation of these joints and the slopes. So basically, occurrence of this planar, toppling, and wedge failure depends upon the orientation, how the joints are oriented with respect to the slope. So for that purpose, we record the orientation of joints and slope in the field by using Brunton compass, by Sunto compass, by clinometer, and then we put the data in this stereo net, that circular diagram, and we analyze which type of failure pattern can occur in that region. Then broadly, we can categorize the slope stabilization method into means we can remove or excavate, or we can repair that slope. We can use some protection. We can also use drainage. We can improve some drainage system over there. Always, it is not possible to use some reinforcement measures. So, depending upon the situation, we need to apply a different technique, and the solutions for dealing with the problem may be different for different slopes. For removal or excavation, it's quite simple. You remove the top portion of the slope, that is crown portion, or you can remove the overhang. Means, for example, if the slope is like this, suppose this is the road and this is the overhang, so this is to be trimmed. Okay, then removal of trees, as I mentioned, the trees, big roots of the trees should be removed from the joints, and the scaling of the loose portion. So loose blocks should be removed. So all these things will come under removal or excavation to avoid the rockfall events or the landslides. Then to repair, we can do benching like this. You might have seen this is a staircase type of pattern. This will benching can be done. Then you can fill the lightweight material to reduce the impact of gravity. Then you can add a material at the toe portion of the slope, for example. So this is a slope. You can add a material on this toe portion of the slope. So these things. Then protection. Some ditches can be made along the road. Some steel barriers can be made. Nets can be installed, or fences can be made. So this is just to prevent from the rockfall events. Or concrete or gabion walls also made. This is quite common in the almost entire stretch of the Himalayan orogenic belt. Then this you can improve the subsurface or surface drainage system. Means water should not be stagnant on the slope. If the water will be stagnant on the slope, that will going to hamper the stability of the slope. So all the rainwater should be immediately removed. There should be no ditches in which the water gets trapped, because that water will percolate and will expand the pore pressure. So all these negative factors will decrease the stability. So how you can improve the surface and subsurface drainage? By reshaping the ditches, by horizontal drainage galleries. All these can be made to improve the drainage of the slope. Then to reinforce, to give some force, means how that slope will be stable. There are some geotechnical techniques like rock bolting, soil nailing, shotcrete, grouting. All these are some techniques that will enhance the stability. In rock bolting, what we do, we drill a hole in the slope and we fix the bolt. And due to this, what happens? The loose material near the face, all that weight goes to the inside part, where the slope is, where the rock is having more strength. And similarly, in debris or soil slope, the similar type of technique is applied by soil nailing. And shotcrete is same like as we make plaster in the in our houses, in our home. Okay, we make buildings by using bricks, and we apply the mortar on the wall. Okay, so that is plaster. So same technique is applied by a high pressure. So the joints are so that the joints are sealed, the void spaces are filled. So we apply mortar with a high pressure, that is shotcrete. And grouting, Grouting is similarly different. Shotcrete is applied on the face of the slope. In grouting, we apply this mortar into the joints or into the holes or the voids. Then, as I said, this is very economic technique, biostabilization. This in debris or soil type of slope, growing vegetation will increase the stability of the. And this is a view of Saknidhar landslide in the Uttarakhand region along NH58. This is the work of soil nailing technique, and in this photograph E, you can see this. They are making the gap in wall, and these are the soil nails, these rods. So in stability assessment, in preliminary stage, we go for literature review, recognition survey, and in detailed stage for data acquisition, we go for the field data and the laboratory experiments. Then in laboratory, we also laboratory or field investigations. We record the lithological characteristics in the hand specimen or in the petrological microscope to analyze the mineralogical and textural attributes of that rock. Then we record structural data like orientation of the joints and the orientation of slope. Then we go for kinematic analysis. And in geotechnical investigation, there is a separate discussion of rock and debris slope that we'll discuss in next slides. Then we record hydrological data. Basically, what are the water characteristics, what is the pore pressure due to the water infiltration, we measure all this. Then, as I said, there we will deal separately with rock slopes and debris slopes. So, while dealing with the rock slopes, these techniques, these methods can be Schmidt hammer test. This is a very handy instrument that you can carry in the field. You can find out the compressive strength itself in the field by this Schmidt hammer test, and then roughness coefficient, joint roughness coefficient. So all these things are measured for the rock slopes. Roughness is very important. For example, if you are having a very rough surface, suppose this is the jointed surface, this is very smooth, and you are having a rough surface like this. So the movement is very easy in this case, while in this case the movement will be not that much easy. So the roughness factor along the joints is very important. Then you can go for tilt test by using this JRC value, point load index, density, RQD, orientation, all those things, they are the input for the rock masses. While for debris slopes, sieve analysis, Atterberg limits, unified soil classification, density, shear strength parameters, there are very few parameters that I have been listed here, but there can be other parameters also to go for geotechnical investigation of rock and debris type of slopes. So broadly, we can go for rock mass classification. These are different rock mass classification techniques. Then we can go for kinematic analysis. We can go for numerical simulation, and in debris slopes, we can go for circular failure chart, remote equilibrium, and finite element model. These are some common practices that are being applied in the geotechnical engineering. So you can see here some field photographs. This is the view of 2016, a road cut slope, and then you can see that the failure occurred. They are these joints, they are dipping like this in this direction. So the failure occurred from here, and this is the view in 2017, and then enlarged view in again the third time, the second time the failure occurred. So this type of recurrent failure are quite common in that region. This is the typical example of planar and wedge type of movement. Then this is also the view from cut slope near Cordiala region. in the Uttarakhand along NH58. This is the zone of wedge initiation, and that destroyed this route and also the roadside girders. So they are very small roadside girders and walls. So this has been destroyed by this movement. Then, as I mentioned, roughness is very important. This is a very handy instrument, Barton roughness profilometer, to measure the roughness. So the more the joints will be smooth, there may be the chances of sliding very easily. But if the joints are very rough, then the sliding may not occur very easily. So roughness is one of the key parameters in jointed rock mass. Then this is the Schmidt hammer rebound. This is also very handy instrument. You can measure the compressive strength in the field. Then, as I mentioned earlier, the water is a very water plays very adverse role in the landslide. You can see in this photograph A. This is this is this in this toe portion of the slope. So some local people, they excavated this toe portion, and what happened? Now we went to this top portion of the slope, and near at this part, then we observed this tension crack. This tension crack between this rock part. This is the rock part, and this is the debris. So there is a tension crack aligned like this. Okay. So during rainfall season, what happened? During rainfall of 2017, the water percolated along these tension cracks, and that landslide occurred, and that blocked the whole road. This landslide was occurred just few 500 meters behind before a village. There's a village Shivpuri in the along NH58. This is also the view from between Rishikesh to Devprayag region. So all these are the published data. I'll show later. I'll show you the list. You can consult the whole study from there. This is a view near Bayasi region along NH58. This is the cross-sectional and frontal view of that slope. You can see this probable zone, and this also failed in 2018. So these are some time series photographs. They show how along these probable zones the debris or the rocks failed. And you can see this broken retaining wall that failed along slope. And this is the local pathway. This is the main road. This is the national highway NH58 here, and this is the local pathway to go up side. I think in Assam this is very quite common. So this failed because you cannot directly apply this type of walls without putting any nails and all those things. Because when the water will go inside the slope, just putting the retaining wall is not the ultimate solution. Means this is every time just putting the retaining wall and be happy that slope will not fail. This will not happen. You have to see the exact cause of that failure, what can trigger the failure. So accordingly you should manage to avoid this type of landslide or this type of rockfall events. Okay, then some laboratory tests. These are quite common. We prepare core, we go for point load index test, then UCS, density, tilt test. All these things are done in laboratories. Similarly for debris slopes, this is core drilling machine to obtain the core samples. We take a big chunk of the rock like this, and we obtain the core to assess the mechanical parameters. This is cutting and polishing of the core samples, and then we test for the UCS. And this is the point load apparatus. It is also used to find out the UCS. Then we go for the sieve analysis. We measure the gradational parameters by using sieve analysis, and some stiffness characteristics by using liquid limit apparatus. These are also very handy instrument. Then plastic limit, specific gravity by using this formula. So I'm not going through the detail how we measure these parameters. Just I'm highlighting some key experiments that we carry out to find out the mechanical characteristics. And this is the direct shear apparatus, large direct shear apparatus, to find out the shear strength, the cohesion, and the friction of that debris or soil. Then I recommend these my few articles regarding slope stability. Whatever field photographs I have shown, whatever the experiments or the field data that I shown, you will get the detail of all those things. You will get rock mass classification, kinematic analysis, numerical simulation, all these things in these research articles. Thanks for the patience hearing, and thanks for your cooperation. And I invite you to for any questions or queries regarding the stabilization or landslide investigations. All this. Yes, Dr. Rana, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, if there is any query, then anybody may ask if there is any query. Sir, Satish sir, anything from your side, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, that paper is very fine. He has shown many technical aspects that which we may not experience, that he has shown very nicely. And he has indicated so many methodologies for understanding the slope failures and the mechanism. So thank Tariq Siddiqui for your efforts to educate the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tariq Siddiqui sir, for your nice presentation. And we will be the resource person for the next technical session. That is maybe so many prepared presenters are there waiting for us. I would like to request our Debajit Dwara sir to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rana. In this technical session, we have 11 papers in a row. I'll call out the names one by one. Please raise your hand as it is a pre-scheduled session. So all the participants know about their presentation. Please raise your hand so that I can locate you. First, I request Trishnamoni Tamuli and Bindu Tamuli. Trishnamoni Tamuli and Bindu Tamuli to present their paper. It is a joint contribution. Then I want to request Rajendra Kumar. Rajendra Kumar. I can see Nitumoni Datta here. Please unmute yourself and start your presentation. Nitumoni Datta.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Okay, proceed.
Yes.
You are audible. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nitumoni Datta from JB College, Golaghat, Department of Philosophy.
Today, I would like to present my paper on the topic environmental degradation and the relevance of the study of environmental ethics. Due to some technical issues, I can't present my paper through PPT, so I will read my paper. First of all, I am going to give an introduction on the topic. In wider sense, anything other than myself constitute environment. In narrower sense, environment is non-human nature, including plants and animals. Environment plays an important role in the healthy living of human beings. Humanity's entire life support system depends on the well-being of all the environmental factors. Environmental degradation is one of the largest threats that are being looked at in the world today. Environment is considered to be corrupted and harmed. There are a lot of things that can have an effect on the environment. If we are not careful, we can contribute to the environmental degradation that is occurring all around the world. We can, however, take action to stop it and take care of the world that we live in by providing the education of environmental morality or ethics to the people, which will help them to preserve, protect, and improve the environment for future generations. The objectives of my seminar paper is to discuss about the concept of environmental degradation and the relevance of the study of environmental ethics. And the methodological approach of my seminar paper is secondary, as the sources were collected from journals, books, etc. And now I would like to come to the main portion of the paper, that is discussion of the topic. Environmental degradation has become a common concern for humankind over the past few decades. The distinctive nature of the present environmental problems is that they are caused more by anthropogenic than natural phenomena. Both nature and man as components of this ecosystem have essential unity and are equally important. So to protect the one, the protection of other is very necessary. Man should keep it in his mind that he has the responsibility to protect the nature. So the responsibility, so a brief study or knowledge of environmental ethics or morality is necessary for humankind. How I ought to behave with others is the moral problem. Environmental ethics guide people how they ought to think and conduct their relationship with the natural environment. Now I would like to come to the topic relevance of the study of environmental ethics. Environmental ethics is the branch of ethics that studies the relation of human beings and to the environment and how ethics play a role in this. Environmental ethics believe that humans are a part of society as well as other living creatures, which includes plants and animals. These items are a very important part of the world and are considered to be a functional part of human life. Thus, it is essential that every human being to respect and honor these and use morals and ethics when dealing with these creatures. As for example, a pregnant elephant died after a local allegedly fed her a pineapple stuffed with crackers in Kerala. The incident took place on May 27, which the elephant was standing in water, and forest officials state that it died standing in river Valier after it suffered an injury in the lower jaw. So environmental ethics helps define man's moral and ethical obligations towards the environment. Human is a part of society as well as other creatures, which includes plants and animals. I think we as a human being need to respect and use morals when dealing with these things. From my opinion, the environmental ethics is very important to help us conserve our world and manage our natural resources to meet our increasing needs and wants. There are many of environmental ethics that we should practice it in our daily life to keep the sustainability of the world. This ethics is built on a scientific understanding by bringing human values, moral principles, and improved decision making into conservation with science. Like all other living spaces, human being is a living creature and needs a clean and sustainable environment to live. Environmental ethics, which is related to moral relations between people and their natural environment, emerges as a key concept at this point. Environmental ethics education can show the direction to the works to be done in this regard. Now, I would like to come to the conclusion. Gandhi rightly states the earth provides enough for every man's need, but not for every man's greed. We need to make judicious use of earth's resources and keep in mind that we have a moral obligation to share these resources with all other non-human living creatures on the planet. A complete reform in the environmental ethics education all the way from the primary level is needed. If we actually need students to learn and understand the importance of this area, we need to integrate this idea in their day-to-day lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Nityamani. Tariq sir, over to you for discuss.
Hey, sir, he again lost his connection. So please, Sati sir, have to continue, I think.
Oh, okay. She has made a good effort to present the thing. Perhaps she is learner. She has to learn a lot. And my advice is to collect the data and try to represent those data from the field. That is one of the most important source of information. And here in our research effort, we always try to organize these data and disseminating information to the users. Maybe here we are intellectuals and the students and many other users of your data. So those may be targeted while taking up such activities. So thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, our next participant is Runa Sharma.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. You are audible. Please proceed.
So I'm a student of Golaghat Law College, 4th semester. So as I'm a law student, I will try to relate environment to as a natural. Some of the legislature, some provisions of IPC, CRPC, as well as international laws, the loopholes, suggestions, etc. So my topic is illegal dumping as environment crime, and the emphasis is e-waste. So because of some problem, I won't be able to show in PPT. I'll try to read the paper. So environment poses a grave threat to our everyday life, our planet, and to future generations. I've selected the topic illegal dumping as environment crime with special emphasis on e-waste. Starting from food that we consume that is wrapped in plastic waste cover a very wide spectrum of discarded material ranging from municipal, electrical, electronic, industrial, and agriculture to new types, including ivory trafficking, overfishing of protected species to illegal logging and dumping of hazardous waste. We cannot deny the fact that COVID-19 has rather a negative impact in the use of waste material. For example, the use of personal protection equipment, PPE in short, which includes single-use gloves, aprons and gowns, surgical masks, respirators, and face protectors in the form of glass goggles or face shields. Environment waste management has become a threat. So the so-called developed countries are creating 50 million tons of electronic waste every year, ranging from computer, TV sets, mobile phones, appliances, etc. And after 75% of these are estimated to leave the official circuit and a good deal of them to be illegally exported to underdeveloped countries like India. It is the case of Ghana's rubbish dump, a large electronic waste dump coming from the west. I have already given a glimpse of e-waste and tried to relate to the present COVID-19 situation. As my research paper deals with illegal dumping as environment crimes, so let's see the rules and regulations, various acts, legislations for protection, along with some case laws. Before that, let's see how we can prevent deterioration of environment. Prevention of waste, minimization of waste, reuse of product, reuse of components, recycling, composting, energy recovery, increased surveillance and enforcement, lighting of dumping hotspots, landscaping, beautifying illegal dump sites, adding aesthetic amenities such as grass, flowers, gardens, free subsidized waste service, etc., education of masses, sale of old electronics and donations, recycle and dispose of e-waste, property maintenance of electronics, etc., will definitely help in this regard. If we look into the international efforts, we have to mention about the Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm Conventions, which provide the forefront of our global efforts in tracking and managing hazardous and chemical waste, with other initiatives such as UN solving the e-waste protection problem, which is called STEP in short, Initiative on Electronic Waste. The Basel Convention is the main global umbrella institution that regulates the transboundary movement and disposal of hazardous and other waste. Parallelly, we can mention the national efforts, which directly or indirectly deals with e-waste management. Some rules, regulations, legislations are as follows. Number 1, Electronic Waste Management Rules 2016. Number 2, Hazardous and Other Waste Management and Transboundary Movement Rules 2008 and the amendments. Number 3, the Environment Protection Act 1986, Section 15, 16, and 17. Number 4, the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. Section 15 of Environment Protection Act deals with liability of individuals. Section 16 created the liability of companies, and Section 17 creates liabilities on government department. Section 15 prescribes for imprisonment for a term which may extend to 5 years, or with a fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees or both. In case of failure, additional fine can be imposed up to 5,000 rupees. Section 16 of EPA relates to mens rea. This is called guilty mind in IPC. Other legislations relating with waste indirectly are Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981 and Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. Section 37, 38, 39 of Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act relates to individual liability. Section 40 relates to companies, and Section 41 relates to the liability of government department. Section 37 of Water Act refers to imprisonment not less than 1 year and 6 months, but may extend to 6 years, and with fine and additional fine 5,000 in case of failure. Maximum punishment is given 7 years. Statutory remedies under the provision of IPC, CRPC, and CPC. Penal provisions under IPC 1860, and the sections are 268, 269, 270, 277, 278, 284, and 290 deals with offenses relating to public health and safety and are applicable to e-waste also to an extent. Public nuisance mentioned in IPC covers all types of pollution. Section 268 applies to the pollution produced by open burning and dumping of electronic waste and expose of electronic waste to toxic solars and acid baths. Section 277 provides punishment of 3 months or a fine of 500 rupees or both. Section 269 provide 6 months punishment or fine or both. Person can also file FIR under this section. Section 269 of IPC in Kerala, the highest fine of 3.67 lakhs has been collected by Kochi Corporation 2019 from 28 persons in this regard. In CRPC, section 133 to 144 provide the most effective and speedy remedy for the preventing and controlling of public nuisance causing air, water, and noise pollution. Among the case laws, we can mention Balikadar Asanar versus PK Madikuti, MC Mehta versus Union of India, Govind Singh versus Santi Swarup, etc. So now the question is why e-waste get into countries and why this problem is increasing day by day. In spite of all these rules, regulations, legislations, we have been a failure. So there must be a loophole in these rules. Hence, it is the peak time we should understand the seriousness of the problem. Otherwise, we must be ready for the consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I request Ayan Bonik. Next, I request Ayan Bonik from Department of Electrical Engineering, Kusbihar Goft College, West Bengal. Then I request Plaban Bhuya. Plaban Bhuya, please start your presentation.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible? Okay, sir.
Yes.
And I am, going to present my paper specially, and
Please share your video. Share your video also.
Sure. Definitely, sir. I'd like to share my video and with a share screen, actually. And so my title of my paper is based on actually impact of the COVID-19 on economy, politics, and academic life of India. So I'd like to share my screen. Just a minute, sir.
Okay, okay. Proceed.
Just a minute. I'm going to share my screen for all participants. So it's my screen. So title of my paper, as I already stated, that impacts of COVID-19 on economy, politics, and academic life of India. And so at the very beginning, I like to give you an introduction that the COVID-19 actually is a worldwide pandemic, as we all know. It is originated in China in the month of December 2019. And after that, you see, and if you look at the entire scenario, then one can get that over 80 lakhs of people across 214 countries have been infected from this virus. Although the fatality rate is very nominal, but actually it's a very serious issue for us. And then just I like to state one thing, that in the context of India, the virus actually for the first time appeared on January 2020, particularly in Kerala. But the question is that the transmission is so fast that after January up to June, actually almost 380,000 people of India have been infected so far from this virus. And as I already stated, that just 12,000 people of India have been dead on account of this virus. And then I come to the objective of my paper. There are actually three primary objectives of my paper. The first objective is that to analyze the economic impact of the COVID-19 on India, to highlight the prime political impact in the Indian context, and to point out the basic academic impact of COVID-19 on India. So I like to start with the economic impact of COVID-19. So first thing is that due to the COVID-19, as we all know, the GDP growth is about 1.9%, and it shows the worst growth performance of India after 1991. And as we all know this thing, and along with this, actually all sectors, especially agriculture sector, industrial sector, in a deep trouble, although a number of initiatives have been adopted by the central government. So, and in order to check the rapid transmission of the COVID virus in India, so central government actually formally launched the lockdown into 4 or 5 phases. Okay, and so as a result of this, due to this lockdown, actually maximum workers have to quit their jobs, and which definitely leads to a large scale unemployment issue all across India. And then another one very interesting data I hails from the Asian Development Bank. So according to the Asian Development Bank, the trade impact of the COVID-19 pandemic for India is estimated is to be about $348 million. So it's a very serious issue right now. And even including all sectors, and manufacturing and the supply chain is also deeply influenced by this unexpected pandemic in India. And then I come to the political aspect or the impacts. So as a result of this, actually what happened, it will provide a big boost to India in terms of a positive Indo-US relation, as there is an ongoing bone of contention between China and India over a period of time, as we all know. And as a result of this, or on account of this, actually the position of India in world politics is strengthened, as India once again elected non-permanent member of UNO Security Council. And the last important political aspect is that it is hoped that India will definitely play a major role in the post-COVID-19 phase among the SAARC nation of the world. And then I come to the academic impact. So in terms of the academic impact, as we all know, and all the school and the colleges are shut down, because some of the schools, colleges have been now transferred as a quarantine center. So as a result of this, actually academic loss of the students from the primary level to the postgraduate level is actually totally indefinite. And then the next point is that addiction towards the mobile phone and the other social media has been increasing among the students during the period of lockdown. And as a result of this, as I already stressed the thing, that on account of the increasing actually tendency, the stress have been increased a lot among the students especially. And I even also noticed that all the students are actually addicted towards PUBG game and others, all these things. And then the students also start to lose their concentration due to these unwanted circumstances. And the last important thing, the opportunities or the findings, and it will help to actually revive our indigenous and the traditional industries of India. So again, why? Because actually through this thing, actually it's a very golden opportunity for the Indian government to challenge the Chinese aggression in terms of trade and commerce. And then another one very interesting thing, that it also opens up many scopes to get rid of the dependency on imported items. And finally, I can conclude my presentation with the point that it paves the way for the students to monitor, observe an element of nature with a close manner. So thanks to the organizers and the Borhula College, Chairperson sir, and thanks to all participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Plavan. Our next participant is Sunayana Adhyapak. Please raise your hand so that I can look at you quickly. Next, our next participant, I want to call out Thakur Sibani R and Jagadish Prasad, a joint paper, Thakur Sibani R and Jagadish Prasad. Then our next, I want to request Rekhamoni Kolita. She is an assistant professor, Koina Mahavidyalaya, Guwahati. I request Rekhamoni Kolita to present her paper. So there is nobody in the list for presentation. I request Dr. Rana Bara to continue with the session. It is over to you, Dr. Rana Bara.
So, Deposit Dwara sir, please call anybody left in yesterday's session. If anybody is there from yesterday's session, please call. If just, I'm also calling that if there anybody there is there from yesterday's session
and interested to present
your paper,
please raise your hand so that we can unmute you from our side.
Anybody is interested to present your paper in today's session? Today is the last session. I think nobody is there, I think.
Okay, it is over to Dr. Narayan Sitri sir. Please sum up the session with your valuable remarks.
Thank you, Devojit Dwara, for giving me this opportunity to conclude regarding the session. So far, what I have observed in these two sessions I was observing, I find the researchers have quite completed most of the topics that is they have taken quite relevance to the aim of the seminar, and they have presented successfully using the technology, that is online presentation, and as well as Borhola College has successfully organized this seminar by just inviting the participants all over the country, from nook and corners of the country, to a single platform and given the opportunity to present their views on environmental degradation, disaster management, law-related issues on the environment, and many more current topics, burning topics of the environment, including sustainability of the environment, and looking forward better human society, better environmental conditions, better policy decisions, and all these are emphasized in various papers, including laws recently attempted by a researcher during this session. So I congratulate all the presenters, the participants, and as well as, most importantly, the organizers by bringing them into this single platform during this pandemic situation prevailing all over the world. So I congratulate all for attempting their endeavor to disseminate knowledge among the researchers, among the participants all across the country. So thank you very much. So I'm very grateful to be part of this seminar, and I thank all the organizers and the collaborators for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan Sitri sir. We are also really grateful to you, and we feel deeply honored by your presence. It is over to Dr. Rana Bora.
Okay, thank you, Deposit Dwara sir, for conducting this session, and thank you, Sati sir, again for conducting the two technical session. You extended your efforts for smoothly organizing our two session. Thank you again very much, sir. So now I think it's time for a vote of thanks. Our senior faculty member, as well as coordinator, co-convener of our seminar, Daisy Barpatra Gohai Madam will deliver his vote of thanks. I would like to request Daisy Barpatra Gohai Madam to deliver his vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rana. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
yes,
audible, Rana?
yes.
Good afternoon, all respected participants, and good afternoon to all. I, on behalf of Geography Department of Borhuda College, I would like to offer my vote of thanks. At first, I offer my vote of thanks to our principal sir, Mr. Biren Datta, for his permission to organize the online seminar, Environmental Degradation and Disaster in India at Borhula College, Geography Department. And I offer to him vote of thanks for his welcome address in the inaugural session and as the advisor of the organizing committee too. Secondly, I offer my grateful thanks of vote to the Director of College Development Council, Dibrugarh University, Assam, Dr. Rupam Soikia sir, for his inaugural speech and the collaboration of College Development Council, Dibrugarh University, Assam. Thirdly, I offer my grateful vote of thanks to resource person, Professor Avani Kumar Bhagwati sir, Geography Department, Golaghat University, Assam, for his valuable keynote address related to seminar topic. I offer my thankful votes to coordinator of IQAC, Borhula College, Dr. Rana Bora sir, the collaboration, and I offer the vote of thanks to him as the convener of the seminar also. I offer my thankful votes to Principal of Sinamura College, Dr. Anjan Soikia sir, for the collaboration of Sinamura College as advisor of seminar organizing committee too. I offer my vote of thanks to Geography Department of Morioni College for their collaboration. I offer the vote of thanks to co-convener of the seminar, Mr. Simanto Bora, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Borhula College. I would like to offer the vote of thanks to resource persons of the seminar, Dr. Minakshi Pukon Khazurika, Associate Professor, Department of Geography, JB College, Jorhat, Assam. And vote of thanks to resource person, Dr. Narayan Shetty sir, Professor, Department of Geography, Royal Global University, Assam. And I offer vote of thanks to the resource person, Dr. Y.V. Krishnaya sir, Associate Professor, Department of Geography and Disaster Management, Tripura University. And vote of thanks to resource person, Dr. Bhupendranath Goswami sir, Associate Professor, Department of Geography, Morioni College, Morioni. And a vote of thanks to resource person, Dr. Tariq Siddiqui sir, Associate Professor, Department of Geology, Aligarh Muslim University, Uttar Pradesh. I offer the vote of thanks to the advisor of seminar organizing committee, to Mr. Pradeep Kumar Soikia sir, President of Governing Body of Borhula College, and a vote of thanks to advisor of B.S. Mipun sir, Department of Geography, Nehu University, Meghalaya. And a vote of thanks to advisor Professor Santanu Patnaik sir, Department of Geography, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. And the vote of thanks to advisor Professor Sujit Deka sir, Department of Geography, Boruland University, Assam. And a vote of thanks to advisor Dr. Bimal Bora sir, Principal, JB College, Jorhat, Assam. And a vote of thanks to advisor Professor Changu Yaden sir, Department of Geography, Nagaland University, Nagaland. And a vote of thanks to advisor Dr. Shukla Asarji Mem, Department of Geography, Dibrugarh University, Assam. And now I offer the vote of thanks to organizing secretary and moderator of seminar session, Mr. Devojit Duara, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Borhula College. I offer the vote of thanks to organizing secretary and moderator of seminar session, Ms. Bornali Kumar, librarian of Borhula College. I offer the vote of thanks to organizing secretary and moderator of seminar session, Mr. Amaljuti Siring, assistant professor, Department of Geography, Sinamora College, Jorhat. I offer my vote of thanks to organizing committee and moderator of seminar session, Mr. Madhurya Mili, assistant professor, Department of Geography, JB College, Jorhat. I offer a vote of thanks to organizing committee member of the seminar, to Mrs. Bornali Kolita, Vice Principal, Borhula College, and thanks to Mr. Dilip Kumar Khaun, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Borhula College, and thanks to Mrs. Farida Begum, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Borhula College, and thanks to Mrs. Mamuni Gogoi, Assistant Professor, Department of Assamese, Borhula College. Thanks to Mrs. Puspa Dhondia, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Chandrama Devi, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Meghali Bhattacharjee, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Runu Gogoi, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Borhula College. And thanks to Mr. Merazul Hussain Bordoloi, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Deepti Burwa, Assistant Professor, Department of Assamese, Borhula College. And thanks to Anamika Hazarika, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Borhula College. And thanks to Bandana Hoikia, Assistant Professor, Department of Assamese, Borhula College. And thanks to Midusmita Pukon, Assistant Professor, Department of Assamese, Borhula College. And thanks to Nibharani Kolita, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Borhula College. And I offer my thanks to Mr. Amal Sunwal, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Noyanmani Hoikia, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Sibani Pukon, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Gitanjali Gogoi, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Borhula College. And thanks to Moyuri Bora, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Munmoni Hoikia, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Borhula College. And thanks to Mrs. Sondrani Sunwal, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Borhula College. And I offer to vote of thanks to Mr. Roktim Ranjan Mohanto and Mr. Diju Kumar Neog as the technical persons of the online seminar session of Borhula College. And I offer vote of thanks to the student members of the seminar, to Krishna Bora, Tulika Borua, Snehmoi Hoikia, Nirmali Hoikia, Aditya Datta, Parag Sutia, Hotorupa Kunwal, Ananya Sutia, Vedanta Madhav Hoikia, and Jodumoni Gogoi. I offer vote of thanks to all participants of the seminar from different parts of India. And I offer vote of thanks all the presenters, paper presenters from the different parts of India. I offer vote of thanks to Borhula College office staff. On behalf of the Borhula College Geography Department, we are very grateful to all of you. And with these words, I conclude my vote of thanks to all the participants of the webinar. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, for your vote of thanks. You have addressed all the people. Thank you, ma'am, by name also. Thank you again. Actually, this is the last activities of our today's session. This is the last session, last activities. Again, I like to offer my heartiest thanks from our principal sir to our all colleagues and all the participants, all the resource person, advisors, all I'd like to thank all. And actually, I actually like to appreciate our small technical team. That is Mr. Devojit Dwara, that is Mr. Raktim Janjan Mohanto, and Mr. Diju Kumar Neuk, and they are doing very hard work for successful organization of this event. I thanked them all. We have learned so many things within a very few days. They have done their best efforts to make it very much successful. I also thank the moral support from our different faculty members, our college. They gave us the moral supports. All the faculty members gave us moral support to go forward. Thank you all, and respected paper presenter and participants. I think in near future we will see you again in this platform. We'll invite you to if we're going to organize in next time. I think we will participate in our seminar, and thank you very much. With these few words, I'd like to conclude this program. Is there anything from Devojit Dwara, sir? Would like to hello, Devojit Dwara, sir. Okay, thank you very much to all. Okay, thank you again. With these few words, I'd like to conclude the session. Thank you.